says I'm streaming. Okay, we're gonna try to go live here too. Woohoo! Yes, I already said go live. Go live. All right, it looks like. Okay. Okay, TikTok says I'm live. Does YouTube say I'm live? YouTube seems to be delayed more. Okay, yes, here we go. I already said go live. Go live. Excellent. All right. Today, um, I think I'm just going to put in. I was looking at that Nickelodeon thing earlier, just a few minutes ago, because there's that guy and all that stuff. That was a weird deal because with that Nickelodeon stuff, I never watched that show or anything because I always thought it was all creepy. Even when I see those clips, I'm like, that's not any more creepy or weird than that show was in the first place. I mean, I only would see it for minutes at a time, but I've seen it, for minutes at a time or whatever here and there. And this, even as a kid, like those types of things, no, they didn't have any context to anything that was real. They Their stories didn't have anything to do with any. I don't know. I just know. I understand some autistic people like that. So I'm gonna put in. Let's see, autistic. Yeah, I'll just put in autistic in Google here, and we're gonna go to news. Now you have to be careful here, and put something fairly recent because it will give you stuff from years ago. 3 days ago. Oh, that's what we wanted to do. We want to put Autism Speaks. That's who we're trying to focus on for these lives. Okay. And now, these news stories, as I go daily, exponentially here, they're definitely going to. There's definitely going to be more and more stories coming up. Because we're approaching the 1st of April. So what I'm doing is 100 hours. The CEO of Autism Speaks sent me an email and asked me how they could help the autism community. So pretty much, and it's on my TikTok. You can see it yourself. So I'm paraphrasing, so you can see his exact wording there. Anyway, so I just told him go ask the autism community, and I don't know. I haven't seen anything, at least not publicly or like on their TikTok or YouTube or anything that they did. Basically, they have one little show where they're trying to say, well, where they say they try to represent the autistic community, which the autistic community doesn't want you to represent the autistic community. That's why so many people are upset because you don't, yet you presume to. And you certainly want to make the politicians think that you represent the autism community, don't you? It's all about power and money. So this says past week, McDonald's host Give Back Day support those with autism. Let me see. This just says that support those with autism. I'm talking about Autism Speaks. Okay, so here we have World Autism Awareness Day. Now, Autism Speaks has been very, very smart in a lot of their marketing. I'm going to tell you, we would not have autism awareness as to what we have right now, whether we like Autism Speaks or not. The one thing that has happened due to that organization is the whole autism awareness thing. In that respect, no matter how much harm they've done to the autistic community, they brought so much awareness that I'm sitting here talking about how horrible they are. You've been, they've been so successful that they're reaching their own demise at this point in time, because there is an autistic community now, for sure, that definitely didn't exist even 3 years ago. but definitely not 5 or 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I don't even know if there was a such. I don't know if you could really say the autism community as a whole. So let's see. So whenever you see this World Autism Day, this is what my point is. This has been promoted by Autism Speaks. That's where World Autism Day comes from, and they push this towards the United Nations. Okay. In fact, we can look that up. Let's just do it. Maybe I'm wrong. Like everything I've said is completely wrong. What is it? World Autism. What's it called? World Autism Awareness. World Autism Awareness Day. This is disabilitytalent.org. Oh, I don't care about your cookies. Okay. That's their calendar. It takes us straight to Autism Speaks. It takes us to this talent thing calendar, whatever that is. And this has National Disability Employment Awareness, so it's not really what we're looking at. But Autism Speaks here. And then what is autism? World Autism. Okay. And this, once again, this is just going to take us straight to Autism Speaks with this great white page because they don't know anything about autistic people. And all this white space they just thought was great to hurt the people that they supposedly are here to help. Like they don't know that we have sensitivities to light. And this is what they give us. Oh my goodness. Triple my gift. Hey, this is the first time that I've gotten on their site that it didn't. It must be when you go to the main site that it gives you all those weird pop-ups. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, where's the other one? They took it down. That's weird. They had this big screen that you had to X out that was, this is how much you should donate now. Give us money. It's before you could get to the site. And, oh, wow. They got, okay, so now they only have one donate tab. Oh, my goodness. That's so interesting. Huh. Okay, I wonder why that is. I can't say that has anything to do with me. Huh. Usually, companies like this, whatever, want more and more stuff. I wonder if this is just bots. So and so, and it's always like Stephen V or something like. Yeah, I wonder how. I bet you that's pure bots. I bet you that is pure bots. That's complete bullshit. Ugh. And it's sad that they go to links like that for little bots like that and stuff, that little gimmicky stuff to get money. I mean, I guess any legit organizations, they all do probably do the same damn thing. Okay, this lady right here, the poster child, she has made herself the poster child for Autism Speaks here, maybe inadvertently. The, I don't know if she's like when she put this up, if she knew that she was kind of making herself the autism poster child for Autism Speaks, but she kind of did. It's kind of funny. Anyway, so she's an autistic woman. She is in the executive staff. Now, as I understand it, I got to find this thing. I don't know how to find it. I've been looking for it, but as I understand it, she was given a $250,000 bonus last year. And that's just a bonus. And one of her boys here, these are her sons, one of her boys, Autism Speaks, paid for to get a diagnosis. Now that I'm sure comes out of the 4% of the income that they give to autistic families. So this CEO, they pay for her son to be diagnosed, which I think is great that he got diagnosed. But out of the money that goes to autistic people, that money was kicked back again, yet again, by paying for her son's diagnosis. and she's in the executive staff, and she gets like a $250,000 bonus, as I understand, and like a something like a $50,000 expense account. And I mean, just I can't remember. I don't know what she gets paid. I don't remember. I gotta try to find that page again. It was really interesting. So anyway, okay, so this Autism Awareness Day. Um, World Autism Month. So they have this highlighted here. Okay, this just goes in weird circles. Throughout the month, we focus sharing stories, whatever. This is all it is. This is all they have for World Autism Month that they're presenting to the UN. This is what they have. This is the totality of World Autism Month. It's not me saying it. This is their page. Right? This is their page. That's craziness. Craziness. So World Autism Day. Throughout the month, we focus sharing stories. We focus. I wonder who we is. Who's we? We focus on sharing stories. That's so autistic of me. Who is we? Let me start over. Sorry. Throughout the month, we focus on sharing stories and providing opportunities to increase understanding and acceptance of people with autism because it's a disease and they caught it. They say that they don't. And Eileen here. I think she was actually directing this directly towards me. um, but she was saying that they don't. Um, how did she put it? Okay. She was answering a little. It was a little TikTok thing where she was answering hypothetical questions supposedly that came from autistic people. But she says, "Oh no, we don't think autism is a disease." Okay, cool. That's what she said. That Autism Speaks. So this is representative of Autism Speaks, who says Autism Speaks does not consider autism to be a disease. Yet all over their site, every single time they refer to it as if it is a disease. Saying things like people with autism. Now, where was that? Throughout the month. Yeah. Acceptance of people with autism. Most of the autistic community, I just saw that. I just saw this here on YouTube. Oh gosh, I wish I knew who that creator's name is. Um, but he was talking, and I think he was saying that it's like almost, it's pretty much overwhelming how many autistic adults. It was an outrageously high amount of autistic adults that prefer to be simply called autistic or what do they call it? Identity first. I'm autistic, um, or I'm an autistic person or whatever. But here they're saying people with autism. So what they're doing here is they're separating the person with autism, people with cancer, people with brains. Okay. People with heart. Okay, see, when you put it into something that makes sense, it doesn't make sense. People with hearts. What? Everybody has hearts. People with autism because it's a disease. And every single time, they never say use the term autistics. They never say understanding and acceptance of autistics or understanding and acceptance of autistic people. And see the difference there? When you say autistic people, it doesn't. infer that there's a disease, that something's wrong. Trusts appear to have sent the summons to customer service who are not legally trained. I'm trying to. I'm was discharge was I panic discharge looks like a default payout. I am so lost at what's going on in the chat. So lost here. Okay, I'm so lost. I'm gonna try to catch up. Maybe it'll take me a few minutes and I'll figure it out. So anyway, so the when we hear about what World Autism Month, it's coming from Autism Speaks, and like I said, we've traced it back from this story that we were looking at news, Autism Awareness, and it takes us right to Autism Speaks, and this is their page. Um, and this is it. This is it. So what they have done, what World Autism Month is something that they're trying to. Oh, beginning with the United Nations. Yeah, here they're saying it. Sanction Autism Awareness Day. So the reason that the United Nations sanctioned Autism World Awareness Day was because Autism Speaks pushed it. Now, why is that important, and why is that great for Autism Speaks? Because then, um, okay, I got you. Um, how funny. Um, I totally lost my train of thought. Yeah, it was Autism Speaks, and I'm sure it wouldn't be hard to find a story that would talk. Yeah, well, here I'll just put it. Nations World Autism Awareness Day. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find a story. Okay, this says background. Um, I'm trying to see if they say who convention. They mention a 2008 Convention of Rights of Persons with Disabilities. They don't mention Autism Speaks. I am pretty darn sure that Speaks actually was the ones that started that whole thing. They're not taking credit for it. What does Wiki say? Because Wiki is a reliable resource. um. Uh. No, it doesn't say anything about Autism Speaks. Anyway, I thought that they were involved in that somehow. Maybe not. It really doesn't say who, like the lobbyists were who pushed for it. Basically, it just says who it got voted through. Um, Supporters can participate in World Autism Month. Boom! Right back to Autism Speaks. Did you see that? Well, gosh, Ethel, how are we going to participate in World Autism Month? Well, looky there. There's a tab right here. It says supporters can participate in World Autism Month, and it tells us right there. Let's go there. Right back to Autism Speaks. Well, looky there. Right? Wow. Like, no big surprise that it would lead you right back there. That is so crazy. Okay, we're going to go back to more news. Uh, so this is 2 days ago. Autism Caregivers Act. Oh yeah. Okay, okay. So this Autism Speaks did lobby for this. What they call it? Something act. It's nothing at all really, but basically it kind of establishes um, Autism Speaks. You see, the more power that Autism Speaks can get, the more they can get politicians involved and try to get their names associated with politicians and so forth. Then they can pass bills that are kind of tailored, designed to for grants and so forth for Autism Speaks and so forth. So that they're written in such a way that no other organization would actually qualify for the said grant, that's open to anybody. So that's how that kind of thing works. I'm not saying that's exactly what's going on, but it's that type of underhanded thing that is going on here. And this is not just Autism Speaks. This is just how a lot of corporations work, how a lot of nonprofits and so forth work. Even your nonprofits that are legit do have political action stuff. But what the idea here is that ties when anyone ever thinks of autism, it ties that to Autism Speaks. That thought to Autism Speaks. Whenever you think of autism, they want Autism Speaks to be the first thing that comes to people's minds. Well, why? Because then they'll get more donations. So this is an extraordinary marketing campaign is what it is. It's it's just smart, you know. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's see, Chuck E. Cheese. Okay, so Chuck E. Cheese. Now this is another story, recent story. Chuck E. Cheese is involved. If we go to the Autism Speaks website, which we do all too often here. No, you don't get to know where I live. Okay, here it is. This thing just popped up. You have to X out this donation bar thing to even get into the dang site. You have to navigate through this donate thing. I can't do anything unless I exit out here. Um, you lost my train of thought. Okay, Chuck E. Cheese careers, events. I'm trying to find uh it's like supporters or some kind of crap, and it gives all these organizations corporate corporate partnership. I think that's it. Is it going to show us? Where is it at? Okay, become a partner. Meet our partners. Here we go. Now look at this. These are all these huge corporations that um these are like Wilson or whatever might have an Autism Speaks tag on some of their packaging or something like that. Same thing with Costco. Home Depot might put Autism Speaks whatever things on their carts or whatever. And all these things are usually report on that in their trash. Yeah. Uh, Place said reports in media and often further information comes forth. Um, I'm. Why? Thank you for the like. I'm missing it. I'm not understanding. Anyway, so here we go. Kicks Invesco. I don't know who title is. Crayola Flowers. Oh, I remember. I know those. Wild Adventures. I know is a big one. Rivers Casinos. Samsung. That's huge. Home Depot, of course. Now they've always been tied to Home Depot because Home Depot helped found Autism Speaks with like a $35 million donation, like initial donation, a Kickstarter kind of thing. Which of course, like 40% of everything that they spend goes to advertising. Basically, more fundraising is what it does. Well, the thing is like it's kind of like the Autism Caucus. In the United States, there is an Autism Caucus, a Congressional Autism Caucus that doesn't exist. I made a video about that on my YouTube channel. All it is a list of it's somebody said, "Hey, okay, go put on paper that there's a autism caucus. Okay, go ahead and call up the senators that want to be involved in the autism caucus." So they call up senator, "You want to be involved with the autism caucus?" Yeah, that sounds a great idea. Put me on the list as a member of the autism caucus. Okay, put that on my bio, and that's literally what happened. There's all kinds of senators that you look in their bios, they're part of the Autism Caucus. When you try to track down the Autism Caucus, it doesn't exist. It's not real. What it is, it's just something to make senators' bios look good. So, with this being said, if you're a company, I don't know, I don't know. Wilson's probably an American company, but let's say they were owned by Singapore or something like that. Um, or they don't even care about our politics or whatever, um, and they want to be associated with something that sounds good. So Autism Speaks, comes along and throws their pitch. Of course, okay, that sounds good. We support autism. Autism Speaks. That's good. And so it's very, very easy to get behind them, and particularly because they are so well known now, that when people do think of autism, they think of Autism Speaks. That's just all there is to it. Um, it is the number one known organization, the only really known organization associated with autism. And there's lots of other organizations out there, but it is the only known organization. So if you're Wilson, these executives that have no idea, don't even care, may not be from this country, it doesn't matter. Um, it looks good for their organization to have "We Support Autism Speaks," whatever, on the side of their trucks or on their grocery bags or whatever. And that's why we get so much support from these big name organizations like Samsung and so forth. Now, if 15 people, 15 autistic people, or even 100 or 1,000 autistic people got upset and started calling Samsung and so forth and making complaints, it may or may not make a difference. But once we start talking getting into 5, 10,000, when we can make it a movement, and if we decide to do this and call these organizations and let them know what we think about Autism Speaks, then it could make a difference. It could make a big difference because these organizations may have good intentions, and you think of it, it's a corporation. It's not a person. It's a bunch of people or whatever. And even if they were like, well, hell, if we just want to look good, let's say that we support them artistics, okay? Okay, and Autism Speaks right here. We can just put that right. People are going to say, "Oh, you're saying that word wrong." Okay, I know there's controversy about that. I've always done that because that's how my redneck character has always said it and always will. So yeah, we do need to hold these all these companies accountable. I need to make a TikTok about this specifically. These companies need to be held accountable too. And like I said, they need to be told. But if they get 10 calls or whatever, you can write that off as a bunch of a few nutbags or whatever. You've got to have quite a few before these people are going to recognize it isn't just a few outliers. It isn't just a few people nitpicking. This is an issue going on, being talked about in the autistic community, with that kind of thing. Once you can get to that point, once they get enough, it gets enough attention that they're like, okay, we need to take a look at this. That's where we need to get. And these companies, look at this Invesco. That's a big one. I don't know what Jet's Pizza is. Wawa. Okay. I don't know what Cherry Hills is, or Green Source. Some of these small, if they're a smaller company, like this says Green Source Organic Clothing Company, this is probably a very small company. So it may not take a lot of calls to get their attention, or a lot of emails to get their attention, because their reputation, they have to, they want to be spotless. These organizations like this, no matter what, if you have 100 people shop or 1,000 people, there, no matter how great your organization is, there's going to be a small percentage that have a bad experience, have a bad day, whatever. So you can just write that off as they had a bad day or whatever. And that's what I'm saying. So we got to have more than just 2 or 3 people doing this to let these organizations know what kind of organization Autism Speaks actually is. All right, so Rockstar speaks about journey with autistic son. Okay, I don't know. I reckon I don't know who that is. Wilkerson. I don't know. I'm just I don't know anything about this story. I'm just looking to see if this is going to be tied to Autism Speaks. I see Autism Awareness Day, April 2nd. That's that UN thing. Ah, there it went. Right there. See? They are almost always associated with autistic people. When people go to the doctor doesn't know anything. He just spouts off whatever. Well, there is that organization, Autism Speaks, right? You could call them. They know all kinds of stuff. Yeah. And cured. But they solved the problem. They sent their patient to, an organization that can help. So they go to Autism Speaks, and there starts their journey. Instead of going to the autistic community. And so instead of monies that people want to donate to autistic people, to the autistic community, instead of those monies going to autistic people, it ends up going to Autism Speaks. And it ends up going to Eileen here. Eileen Lamb. She is autistic. She's these are her 2 autistic sons. As far as what she says, and I'm going to take her word for it. I don't see any reason not to. But yeah, she got a 200, as I understand it, a $250,000 bonus from Autism Speaks. That's from donations. People gave donations to Autism Speaks, hoping they would go. It would help autistic people. In this case, it did, because they gave her a $250,000 bonus, and she's on down the line. I don't know what kind of bonus the CEO got. She's just the media person, or social media, or something like that. Interestingly, she says she's autistic. Now, the CEO, in his email to me, he told me his son was autistic, and once again, I am not going to question if anyone says that they're autistic, their kid, whatever, family. I'm not going to question that. I'm not even going to go down that road. So, but yeah, a $250,000 bonus. That's not to mention her expense account, which I think was around 50,000, something like that. Most of them averaged around 50,000 for that. That was for the executive staff. Now the CEO had over $400,000 of expenses. Basically, over almost a $500,000 expense account. The CEO did last year. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the news. Okay, Rockstar. I don't know who he is. Don't care. I'm really. I'm say I've got Autism Speaks up here in the news, so that's what I'm really looking for. Um, this is really weird. Why am I getting into obituaries? What? Oh, because it's the past week. Okay, like I said, as the days go on even as every day goes by, there's going to be more and more stories. Probably even today, 5 or 6 might start popping up, and then it's going to be exponential. There'll be like 20, 30 a day or whatever through April probably, and definitely in the next couple of days here, come April 2nd or around April 1st, April 2nd. Yeah. Okay, so let's back it up a month so we can get some stories about Autism Speaks. Again, this is supposed to be about Autism Speaks. This is interesting. America's most popular autism therapy may not work. That's got to be ABA. I don't know who this is. Where is this coming from? The 74. It just says the 74 here. I don't know what this is. Okay, I'm gonna try clicking on that. America's education news source? Okay. About the 74? Nonprofit news organization covering America's education system. Okay, so this is like a newspaper according to the education system. Okay. ABA has long been considered gold standard. Now people who have been through it are pushing back. Yeah, that's been going on for a long time. This is really isn't going to deal with. This looks really interesting, but specifically, I'm looking to talk about Autism Speaks for 100 hours. So I'm going to stick to that because otherwise, I would go straight to that story, just for the heck of it. Boy, Autism Speaks has not been in the news, evidently. Not recently. This is the past month. Past year? Okay, we got some news about a walk. Oh, ouch! And this is why I was wanting to bring up these different stories. Because this isn't me just saying things. These are random things. This is just me bringing up the news. This is from May, last May. Massachusetts Daily Collegian? Collegian? I don't know what it is, but um, see, we have all these white pages. I wish there was a program that I could just mat over whatever was there on my screen. Because I do broadcast this, and now I have to show all this white screens. It's terrible. So okay, so yeah, look at this. Problem with Autism Speaks. This is very interesting. Autism Speaks is a controversial organization that claims to want autistic people to reach their full potential. And that is true. And I looked at that. That's like on their very like maybe not their first page. Stop. What is autism? Yeah, I think it's right here. It's somewhere in here. Um, where they're talking about this full potential stuff. Um, but I did read that just yesterday myself. Uh, and I was criticizing that myself. I don't know anything about this stuff. I or anything else. I'm just looking at the site and critiquing it myself. But that whole full potential thing really did bother me. As in, like, what? What do you even mean by that? And why don't you say that about autistic kids? Why don't you just say help people reach their full potential? I don't know. It's just, and this full potential as if we're not at our full, we're not full. You know, I don't know. It's just ableist looking to me. That's my artistic opinion, okay? Many people on the autism spectrum see Autism Speaks as a threat to the autistic community. Oh, yeah. As on its website, it claims to represent the autism community, and it does. I've been reviewing this. I haven't even been through the whole site either, but I've been reviewing this website for the last, what, 2 days? I've got, or 3 days now, on and off. I've got 18 hours of doing this. Not specifically all on their website, but yeah, this is all stuff I've been looking at and I've been critiquing myself. Um, anyway, yeah, they do claim to represent, as it says, claims to represent the community through global awareness, accelerating spectrum solutions for tomorrow. Yeah, that's all. I don't remember this exact wording here, but this up here for sure. Um, think about the word solutions here. What do they mean? Yeah, exactly. What do they mean by solutions? It implies that autism spectrum um, disorder is just that, a disorder, and that's exactly true. I've said this on their website. They continue to say people with autism, people with autism, separating the person from being autistic, which is impossible. You can't do that. So why are they doing that? And they do that every time with autism. They never say autistic people. People that are autistic or autistics. Not any of that. And that is the preferential way that most autistic adults like to be addressed. Is identity first, autistic or whatever. I'm autistic person. I like just I'm autistic because that's what I am. That's what this noggin is. That's what that brain is. It's an autistic brain. It's not a neurotypical brain or a holistic brain. Many members of the autism community include. I had this feeling this person was autistic. Did you guys not get the feeling that this person was autistic just by the tone? Like Olivia, I'm gonna see. Okay, I don't think I recognize Olivia. I am face blind, but sometimes if I, or a lot of times once I do see a face, if I'm looking at it, I will remember who it is as long as I'm looking at it. Once I look away, then I don't remember what they look like anymore. But when I'm looking at them, I'm better. Many autistic members of the autism community, including myself, this is a writer here, have a problem with the way that Autism Speaks thinks, operates as an organization. It essentially consists of a vast majority of neurotypical individuals on its board of directors. That's true. It's rarely had any autistic people in it. Now, as I understand it, um, uh, Eileen Eileen Lamb here is autistic. She says she's autistic. And these are her two sons. She says they're autistic. I have no reason to refute that. And she is the executive staff. She's like media director or something like that. As I understand it, when last I saw the financials, she got a $250,000 bonus from Autism Speaks. So that means when people donated to Autism Speaks, hoping that it would go to autistic people. It did in this case. One of the executives, and in the form of a $250,000 bonus. Do you think that that's what those people were that those people, and of course the CEO got a lot more than that, I'm sure, as a bonus. I um I think his was like 400,000, something like that, and I know his expense account was 400,000. Um, as diverse as the autism spectrum is, I think it is quite ironic that many of these directors for Autism Speaks are men that are not on the autism spectrum. Oh, okay, almost all, everybody until recently. This is why I even mentioned Eileen here. This is the first I had heard of a recently a any person working for Autism Speaks. There was one back in like 2013 or something like that. One autistic fellow, and he very shortly left because of the way they were treating him. Basically, he felt that this is according to him. Um, that they were not listening to him as an autistic person, and he felt that as an autistic person, that's why he was there for his input, being the autistic, since they didn't have them. Now, the CEO, in his letter to me, look at these bots they got here. Like, oh, look, so and so just donated. It's a bot. Um, isn't that sad they do that? Anyway, the CEO in an email he sent directly to me, um, talking about my son and so forth. He mentioned my son. Uh, he told me that his son was autistic. So at least there's in the realm of autism now. At least they know somebody who's autistic. um, but they have 100 some odd employees and only one autistic. So basically, an autistic organization has barely met the criteria of what it was and hasn't met what the normal population, if you had just hired random people. They haven't even reached that level yet. Let's think about that. If you took a random sample of people walking outside of a grocery store, you're more likely to find autistic people and those 100 people than at Autism Speaks. That's got to become a video. Wow. This doesn't provide for much diversity of thought. Okay, autist. Okay, he's calling us autist, and there's a lot of us that use that term autist. I don't care. We get so picky about so many things. Autists have protested Autism Speaks since its inception. Their protests were even more validated in 2009. That's after the "I Am Autism" speech. Um, I believe this is what precisely what Autism Speaks aims to do: ostracize and isolate people with autism from society and cure them. That is precisely what their mission statement was, buddy. I, you probably you didn't know that. I believe this is precisely what Autism Speaks aims to do: ostracize, isolate people with Autism Speaks from society and cure them. They wanted to completely eliminate Autism Speaks through genetics and so forth, so that there would never be anyone autistic ever born again. By definition, when you take a demographic of society and you ensure that they no longer exist, that is genocide. By definition. So that's why there's a lot of people that get very upset, and why a lot of people call it genocide, is precisely for that reason. Um, this is a inherently hateful organization that views autism as a children's disorder. That's very true. Exploits sympathy donations that most often come from parents of children with autism, grandparents, whatever, or celebrities um, that want to look good. corporations like these that want to look good, and they've just got, a committee of advertising or whatever, and they're like, well, how can we help the company? Well, we could help disabled people. How about them artistic people? Yeah, Autism Speaks. That's it, because that's what everybody knows. So, or Autism Speaks calls them up and says whatever. So Wilson, and I don't know that Wilson did this, but maybe they put a little tag that says we support autistics on their packaging of some kind of sporting equipment or something like that, and they have the little puzzle piece on there. So now and they say we support blah blah blah, or um, they may even do a small corporate donations or whatever, because they want to look good to people. We're helping autistic people. So you can't really blame Wilson here in that respect. These are corporate people that don't know any better, that don't give a crap. They're just doing their jobs, trying to make the company look good, and they did that. The problem is that these people, these corporate executives, they don't even think that an organization like that is as well known as Autism Speaks would be hated by autistic people. That would never even cross their mind to, quote, fact check it to see if it was legit. Everybody knows Autism Speaks. For Christ's sake, the UN World Autism Day, Autism Speaks. See? And that's why this happened. And that's why we've got to hold these companies right here accountable. So we'll go back to this fella's, this autistic, or lady, I don't know. It's Olivia Cushman. Anyway, this is this autistic person's article that they wrote. I believe this is precisely what, okay, as previously mentioned, phrase actually autistic. Many people use the actually autistic hashtag on social media to amplify the voices of autistic individuals with autism to protest Autism Speaks. I use Occupy Autism Speaks. The actually autistic hashtag, specifically what it's about is it's supposed to be reserved for actually autistic people. Not the families of autistic people, not the spouses, brothers, sisters, or whatever. They can put hashtag autistic or whatever, hashtag whatever. It doesn't matter. But that basically the autistic community kind of came to a consensus that they wanted one hashtag that would designate actually autistic people. And a lot of times you'll see that just marked as AA. It'll be two capital A's. It'll have like their name or whatever. It'll say AA at the beginning or end or whatever what they say. And that AA means that they're an actually autistic person. So if you ever see that, that's what that means. But I haven't heard about this, about protest to Autism Speaks, the actually autistic hashtag. I use that a lot. I use the Autism Speaks hashtag myself, and I have encouraged creators to use the actually autistic hashtag. And the reason for this is, if autistic creators use that hashtag and we spam the living doo-doo out of that hashtag, when the algorithms pop up and somebody puts Autism Speaks, it's going to bring up actually autistic creators. And then they're going to have a chance to meet autistic people, actually autistic people, and also hear about what the autistic community thinks about Autism Speaks. But if we don't spam that hashtag, then it'll just go to Autism Speaks and their propaganda. So I absolutely encourage, I use the actually autistic, or excuse me, the Autism Speaks hashtag all the time. All the time. And if you go on TikTok, I understand it, and use the actually autistic hashtag, I pop up a lot. I pop up a lot. Or not the, excuse me, Autism Speaks hashtag, I pop up with that one. I pop up a lot on that one. And that's because I have been spamming that and I have been using that. And so it's me and Autism Speaks. I don't know if other creators are starting to do that yet or not, but I certainly encourage all creators to use that hashtag Autism uh, Speaks. Okay, I've almost been on an hour. That's cool. Okay, so I'm drying out because I'm talking so much. You know, when you're doing this, you got to just keep talking. When you have dead airspace, then people get bored and want to move on. I don't blame them. So you guys are just listening to me yak. So this is an actually autistic person, Olivia Cushman, that is writing this um, article about Autism Speaks, and I'm almost three-quarters of the way through it. Think twice before you donate to Autism Speaks. If you want to donate to an organization that continues to try to find a cure for a disease that isn't one, and that's one thing that on their site continuously, I've talked about this over and over. They say people with autism, as in they're trying to separate that autism from that person, and you cannot do that. If you separate my brain from me, I'm no longer me. Kind of how it works. It's just biology, physics, sciencey stuff. Separate the brain from the person, they're not the person. Weird how that works. But please, this is her words. Please consider that Autism Speaks talks about autistic people without including them in the conversation. And when you look at their website, it is, well, the website is directed mostly towards the parents, family members, and so forth. It's the website is about the family members and people around autistic people. The website is about autistic people. It's about people who are around autistic people. It's not about autistic people. And you can see that. And also in the way everything that's targeted is about the parents, about the siblings, about teachers, about healthcare providers. There's a little tiny bit there for autistic people, but not much. Not much at all. And it's nothing that you're not going to be able to get from anywhere else, and it's nothing like the information or that you would get from just talking to the autistic community. And because just being involved with the autistic community, um, you can at least get feedback too. Just saying. And when I say the autistic community, I'm talking about the actually autistic community. I'm not talking about the autism mom community, which is basically the ABA Autism Speaks and quote what's called the autism mom. That's neurotypical mothers of autistic children. They tend to be in one group, and then there's the pretty much the other group, which is made up of the actually autistic people and people who support us specifically, as opposed to that other group. It's so weird how it is divided up like that, but it is. Um, okay, this is talking about ASAN, and this is a pretty cool site. This is all autistic people. The Autistic Self Advocacy Network. This is the most often referred to um, group, I guess, by autistic people. It pretty much, as far as I know, has the best reputation. Autism Society of America is another good one. I don't know as much about this one, to tell you the truth. Let's see if it let me get. It doesn't. It doesn't look like it's going to let me get there right now. Um, Sometimes my internet is weird. Um, okay, this just goes. Okay, there are small things you can do to support the autistic community and protest Autism Speaks. And like I said, the way I'm protesting Autism Speaks is I'm doing this right now. I'm using their hashtag also so that when people use that hashtag, the algorithm is going to lead them to me, to other autistic people, rather so that they get to hear what autistic people think about Autism Speaks. That's what's important here, is that we direct people to actually autistic people, so that they can know, um, like I said, what we think about Autism Speaks. So, cool article. That was by Olivia Cushman, Liv Cushman, Daily Collegian columnist. She was a junior at AMS. I have no idea what this is, but this is evidently a college paper or something like that. But hey, that was a good article. I don't give a hoot where it came from. That's good stuff right there. Okay, so here's another argument. Okay, this is interesting. Senator Chuck. Oh boy. We really don't want to go down this road. We do not want to go down this road. I'm telling you. Um, Talking about senators, like I wonder if this senator is on the autism caucus that doesn't exist. But let's see. Um, uh, I can tell already from this that this is going downhill. So the senators meet with lead container Centerville team. So that's I don't know what that is. That's probably um, with its employees. So it's just some, I don't know what it is, lead container with its employees. So it's just people and members of Autism Speaks, and they're going to sit down and talk about autism. No autistic people involved. Right off the bat, there's no autistic people involved. No mention of them. And they were there to talk about expanding employment opportunities of individuals living with disabilities. I want to see if they mention Autism Speaks here. Because I'm supposed to be. Yep, here we go. The Lee Containers uh, Centerville facility was the first ever employer to implement Autism Speaks workplace inclusion now. Doesn't have anything to do with autism or autistic people. And these good intentioned people from Lee Container think they're doing the right thing, and they are supporting an organization that was founded to eliminate us. Now, let's see. Autism Speaks earlier this year recognized Grassley for his ongoing support advocacy, but half of those with autism last Congress reauthorization and honor. Okay, so he's not going to be on Autism Caucus because they would have mentioned it. Let's see. Kevin Willis. We're going to look it up. Willis, I guess politician. Okay, so something he was maybe. Okay, I'm finding something. I don't know. I'm losing track or something. Oh, okay. What's this congressman's name? Grassley. Who is he? So, okay, Grassley. Now I'm going to put Autism Caucus. Okay, nothing here about Autism Caucus. Okay, so he's not part of the Autism Caucus. That's very good. Uh-oh. Okay, yeah. The Autism Caucus doesn't exist. It's a lie. I've made got a video about that on my thing, and they didn't mention that. I figured they would have mentioned that. His PR people would have mentioned that if they could have. You know, Grassley, the member of the Autism Caucus. That's what autistic. We are so freaking used by companies and by congressmen to look good. They love to take pictures of us, particularly if we have that freeze frame face, like when you're editing and that mid freeze frame face where you're, that Autism Speaks look. You know, guys like this all day long. You know, and at the one time that they're like that, that's the one that the picture they post. That way you look more autistic. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right, let's move right along. And by the way, I do have my Google on dark mode, but you can see how well that works. Actually, maybe if I do it again here. Yeah, see, it's on dark theme. Or it was. It was supposed to be. Okay. Register for Autism Speaks Walk. I don't really care about this walk. Basically, yeah, they earn money for this walk. So they've got a lot of articles here about this walk. Okay, I think I might know what this is. This might be about that AIM Act, which was kind of BS. That didn't really. Forbes may not allow me to read this whole thing. Um, let's see. In April 2023, Autism Speaks. I have no idea what this is going to say. This just might be a bright badge of honor for Autism Speaks. I might be promoting them right here. We'll see. Sources to address gaps in nationwide autism data with the launch of Autism by the Numbers, created in collaboration with National Autism Data Center at Drexel University. Collaboration of who? Okay, now we got to go down the rabbit hole. Oh, and it takes us right back to Autism Speaks, of course. See how they get their fingers in, or they create these things, and everything always goes back to Autism Speaks? This is just brilliant. This brilliant marketing. It really is. And then, of course, they have a white page here. You know why? Because they've never known an autistic person. All right, I'm going to take a quick break here. Okay, I'm still here, but I'm not. All right. I'm just going to need to be off camera here for just a little bit. Take care of my therapy. My therapy. Okay. I am having a lot of fun with this, even when nobody's watching. Um, I can't believe I can just ramble on like this. It's so crazy. Maybe that's that's the autism thing. I can just ramble all day long. All right. I don't know. Um, but anyway, so this is this autism numbers thing. Again, what I'm talking about here. This is another thing where they, whenever you look at autism by numbers, it comes back to Autism Speaks. They get involved, like this is Drexel University. They get involved with the politicians, and so forth. So the politicians always refer back to Autism Speaks. They try to get themselves involved with research studies, whatever. So, oh well, we'll handle that information for you. Boom, it goes right back to Autism Speaks. We've got a whole website. We deal with that. That's how it works. I am medicating off camera right now and taking care of myself medically. Because sometimes that just needs to be done. And I'll be getting back. I'm looking at Autism Speaks news over the last year, just because I'm bored. I found a lot of this stuff about the walks, and you know, um, I don't know if this is Eileen's job or whatever, but they have always done exceptional on marketing. They have done exceptional on marketing. I mean, they have politicians that support them and identify them by name and so forth. The UN recognizes Autism Speaks when the whole autistic community pretty much hates Autism Speaks. Now, this is what you got to look at and really notice right now. This page right here. This is what's really important. Excuse me. Okay. I'm going to get back on camera here in a second. What's really important is, see this white page? They're supposed to be helping autistic people and know about autistic people, and they have these white pages, and this isn't the only one. You can just, it's page after white page. Look at all this white. Except they're pop-ups. Look at all this white space. Isn't that horrible? Like, they don't realize that it's autistic people. It's Autism Speaks. And their site is nowhere close to being friendly for those with light sensitivity. And you can see by the color here up here, I'm on dark mode right now. I can't do anything about their website. But I have created websites. I did it on like Vistaprint one time. It is so easy. But this white space, you can make that color any color you want. It doesn't have to be white. On PDFs and stuff like that, everything doesn't have to be white. But, you know, this is how much thought goes into Autism Speaks. Okay, so I don't know much about. I'm going to go back and look into this autism by numbers thing. I don't know what it is exactly, but autism by numbers is a dashboard that centralizes information. I'm trying to turn on my cameras. On autism services. Oh, and supports available across the nation. Data. Okay. Autism Speaks has this little weird search engine that's horrible. It's like when they say that they refer autistic people to services, I think this is what they're talking about. It's this little search engine they have, and you put in, like, you know, it's just like Google, but it sucks. Okay? It's like Google, but sucks really bad. I mean, it looks like something you'd see in the 80s. It's that bad. So maybe that's what they're talking about here. Keith Wergo, he's the one, this is fairly current, because Keith is the one who sent me the email and told me that his son is autistic. He's president and CEO of Autism Speaks. He made over $650,000 in his base pay, had a $400,000 expense account. It was actually more than that. And he got six figures, I know, in bonuses. I don't know how much in bonuses. I'm pretty sure it was more than four or more than 350. That's 350,000 in bonuses. So basically, he got over $1 million, or with like spending almost $500,000 just in expenses and getting reimbursed, or however that works. Usually, you get to keep the stuff that you end up with, and then there's favors and stuff like that happen. It ends up going to the person that's a lot of it ends up going to the person who has the expense account. That's all there is to it. One way or another, it benefits that person, and he had almost $500,000. And he's actually the reason why I'm here today, why I'm doing 100 hours of reasons that you should not support Autism Speaks. He asked me in this email how to help the autism community, or basically, I've got a TikTok about it where you can actually see the email. But I didn't answer. I never did send him a email back. I answered on TikTok, and that's why Eileen here, she sent me another email after that, asking if I didn't get his email, or whatever, basically trying to get a response from me again. And that's when I made another TikTok, basically saying the same thing. Ask the autistic community, get involved in the autistic community. If you don't know, that's your fault. You need to be involved with the autistic community, and obviously you're not. And that's what my problem is, basically. If he has to ask what the autistic community, if Autism Speaks has to ask me, some random TikTok guy, some old fart that has no following, and he wants to ask me how to help autistic people. I'm not autistic people. I'm an autistic person. I represent me, dude. I'm not the community. Anyway, oh, by the way, her bonus, she's like the marketing media type person, and her bonus, I understand, was $250,000 last year. That was her bonus. At least she's autistic. She is one of the, what do you call it, corporate upper echelon. And these are her two sons, and both of them are autistic, as I understand. Look at that hair. Oh, my God. Look at that freaking hair. Holy hell, that must be hell to deal with. Oh, that hair. my kids were more like this, that kind of blonde, whatever, that real lighter thing. I can't imagine him to deal with all that hair. Ugh. That must be so much work. Okay, so Keith Wargo, President, we believe this innovative tool has the potential to better support diverse needs of all people with autism. So basically, this is what happens. They say, Autism Speaks says, we have resources, we can direct you to resources. You go to the site, and I can't remember, there's a long rabbit hole you can go down. I probably won't be able to do it here directly. But there is a way that basically you end up on this really horrible help and information. We'll try that. Searching by topic. Okay. No. Okay, this is one of their things where they have these little kind of like bullet point things or whatever. These are PDFs, and these are, well, I already looked into a couple of those, and those were horrible. Very, very ableist in some respects, I thought. My personal opinion. Maybe this is it. Resource guide. Yeah, here it is. I think this is what. It doesn't say it up here. It doesn't say it's that. Um. Now I've got so many tabs up. Can't remember what they called it. Um. Oh, autism by numbers. It doesn't say autism by numbers. It just says resource guide. But anyway, this is weird because this is their resource guide. So they say, yes, we provide resources for autistic people. So you can say, I need resources about hospitals. Okay. Teach. Oh, you can even do more than one. Now we're going to do my area here. Okay. How do you do that? Okay. Maybe that. It's a freaking horrible Google. Or MapQuest? This gives the distance. So that's how they help autistic people and direct them to resources. That's how they do that right there. Isn't that the best? Oh boy. Okay, I'm going to get rid of all these and I'm going to start from scratch here again, hopefully. Okay, I'm done with this article. Ah, we don't care about Canada. Darn Canadians. I've got all kinds of Canadian friends. And that's why I'm not scared because, like, if they get really pissed off, they'll be like, "Well, good day. That didn't make me very happy. Well, have a good one, buddy." So polite. Now I'm making fun of my Canadian friends. Such awesome people, really. Uh, I'm just kind of curious what this is. I think this is okay. So once again, you probably have a young girl here for whatever reason who wants to do the right thing. A girl with a great heart, and she probably was like, "Well, I'm gonna run or whatever." And she does it for Autism Speaks. She decides she's gonna do this for Autism Speaks because she wants to help autistic people, not because she thinks that the executive staff should get millions in bonuses. That is like when if she like earned money on this run and gave it to Autism Speaks. Let's say she earned $100 or let's say $1,000. She earned $1,000. Who knows? She probably earned 50. It doesn't matter. So she earns $1,000 and she donates that to Autism Speaks. So these people paid her to do this run or whatever is probably what it is, and to do this run so that this money would then go to autistic people. In this case, Autism Speaks. That's what they're thinking. That's what the thinking process is behind this. Now, these people who gave this money for her to run, thinking they're giving it to autistic people, don't realize that out of that $1,000, 40 bucks went to actually autistic people. And to tell you the truth, Eileen here, the media lady, now she is autistic. This is the crazy story about Eileen here. Eileen is the marketing director. She is autistic. These are her two autistic sons. I'm buying that 100%. I am not going to challenge that whatsoever. Okay. She is autistic. She said one of her sons here got diagnosed with autism, evidently within this last year, and Autism Speaks paid for it. So out of the 4% of funds, that's that $400,000 basically, that went to autistic people, autistic families, by definition, she's an autistic family, right? So guess what? I'll guarantee you, where they got that money to pay for their executive son to get that diagnosis came out of that fund for autistic families of that 4%. So out of that 4%, still went back to the executives. Now, I don't know that this happened, but I guarantee you it did. It's just how those things work. It's um, how these kinds of corporations, these kinds of um, any scam organization absorbs money, reabsorbs money, gets makes money, whatever. Uh, it's the way it's skimming, and probably most, not most, I would say a lot of supposed charities do that. A lot of corporations do that. There's a lot of skimming. I mean, it's not like Russia or anything, or Ukraine. It's not that not that bad to that extent, but it still goes on. And in this case, there is millions of dollars that people are giving, expecting it to go to autistic people that are just bonuses going to the executives running it. She's one of them. I was looking at the finances. I wish I could find that again. And evidently, she got $250,000 last year, and they paid for her son's diagnosis. Yeah, she spent all that $250,000. Like, holy hell, I can't pay for my son's diagnosis, but we got that $400,000 slush fund that goes towards autistic people. Guess what? I'm autistic. My kid's supposed to be autistic. I, how about this? We get that diagnosis. Me autistic, pay for it. Mm-hmm. And essentially, and I'm not making fun of her specifically. I'm just running a character. But the thing is yeah, that's pretty much what happens in those types of organizations. When I was a child, my father was a Texas oil man, and when you see these movies or whatever, there's the bosses or whatever, and there's this long table of executives, and they're all there to make the decisions and everything. And this one guy walks in and says, "Okay, this is what we're going to do," and everybody goes, "Oh fuck," and basically that's it. Where the real business that goes on in this country basically goes on kind of at people's kitchen tables, so to speak. Goes on in a country club somewhere, at a resort somewhere, a hotel bar. I personally saw a lot of times at people's houses, and you have these executives, two or three, whatever, who basically run the dang company. They get together, they're having beers and bullshitting, and they kind of work out what they call the deals. And okay, you do this, I'll do this. My company is a trucking company. You have a logging company. We can merge this or whatever because I have assets in the same area. We can You don't have to pay for a rental thing. We can merge, boom, and that kind of thing. So everybody makes money. But the real deals go down, um, and the real things of corporations and everything else is not what you see, and is not even what you see on TV necessarily. I've seen multi actually international paper company, international paper company, international, that company, you probably know it. My father was an executive for a company called Champion that they bought out. It was like it was a competitor sort of. It was a paper company, but my father was basically kind of in charge of their oil and gas division. And like at a $15 kitchen table, like this cheap ass kitchen table, multi-million-dollar deals are being made, and they're just like sitting there drinking beers out of out of cans and stuff. I mean, it's just so like redneck is so. You wouldn't expect to see that, but these people were just casually kind of talking, but they were each other's peers too. But yeah, I've also been very, very poor in my life. So okay, so here's this girl, South Side Senior, runs for Autism Speaks. She's lacing up her running shoes to help raise money for a cause. South Hyde. Okay, so yeah, she's running New York Airlines uh, half marathon or whatever, and that's cool. She raised more than $1,500 in donations. And where do those donations go to? I bet you they went to um, Autism Speaks is committed to advancing solutions for. And look at what this says here. This is actually from their website. Autism Speaks is committed to advancing solutions for 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 individuals with autism. So they're going to do it for us because you can't. They're not going to help us do it. They're not going to allow us to do it. They're not going to assist us. They're going to do it for us because with autism, they're still addressing autism as it's a disease, and they're separating it from the person. And Eileen here, I saw her. I think it was on a TikTok the other day. She's the media person. She said that they don't think of autism as a disease. Yet they always, always, always refer to it as individuals or people with autism. Not there is not one exception on their website that I have found yet, and it's a deep website. So Autism Speaks is committed to advancing solutions. This is right off their website for individuals with autism spectrum disorder and their families. It's interesting that they actually put autistic people first because nowhere on the website do they do that. They always focus on the families, the researchers, the children or siblings, educators, etc. Politicians, even things like that. At least they mention the politicians. The National Institute of Mental Health defines autism. Why would they use this? I wonder why they wouldn't use the DSM-5-TR. Okay, whatever. And I don't know. This could be this person. I guess it's probably this person that's going into this. So I don't care. I want to see what they say about Autism Speaks. Unified under a common goal, runners with the Autism Speaks team exemplify power of individuals. See, yeah, the Autism Speaks program will be participating in. See, they are so great at marketing. They are so good at marketing. They really are. Absolutely amazing. Okay. Woo. What is going on here? Okay. Okay, and this is last year. Wow. Verbal teen with severe autism. Wow, it says severe autism. That is so weird. It's not an Autism Speaks article. Okay, Keith Wargo. Okay, Keith Wargo. Who is Keith Wargo? Keith Wargo is, if this is the same one, the CEO of Autism Speaks. And the reason why this employer's guide to supporting workers with autism, I believe they have like a kit or whatever guide on the Autism Speaks website, something that's like that. Okay, employment guide. That's what it is. Okay, so probably this is going to mirror what's on this their employment guide. I'm not even going to bother looking at, because this is just basically his opinion, because yes, he's the CEO, but it's really his opinion because it's not coming from uh, Autism Speaks directly, and it is not about Autism Speaks directly. Now, the reason I've got Autism Speaks queued here, so this says something. No, no. Okay, we are not going to be able to do this. I don't think I'm going to be able to look at that. Yeah, maybe a little bit. I'm trying to see if they. Okay, they're not really talking about Autism Speaks here. It's too bad when you put it just because the word autism there is picking up everything that had autism in it. Is what's going on with this search engine, and Google's horrible now. It used to be you could put stuff in parentheses and do all kinds of tricks to narrow the search, but I don't think you can do any of that crap anymore. Um, I am not finding anything. Now I know Autism Speaks and Sesame Street did work together on this project. I don't know much about it. They're not talking about it there. Okay, we're gonna try a new. I'm just gonna put Autism Speaks and see what. Um, See what comes up on its own. Oh, this is interesting. What Autism Speaks Facebook? No, I don't want to. I just want to look at their thing. Okay, so autism. Wow, wow. Autism Speaks has 2 million followers on Facebook. Wow. Well, I have about 30 times more followers on TikTok. So, um, let's see what they say. Autism Speaks is dedicated to promoting solutions across the spectrum and throughout the lifespan for the needs of people with autism. They cannot get rid of it. They cannot get rid. Hmm. That's interesting. So this is their website. That's interesting. And this is their phone number. Does it work? Very interesting. No. Reels. Okay, it doesn't look like they're super, super active. Maybe I'm wrong here. Let's see. Okay, here's one. Okay, hell. Okay, thank you, Autism Speaks. You've given me a resource. Okay, and this takes you right back to Autism Speaks. Uh, okay, and this we already talked about. But let's take a look at the language that they're using and how they're treating autistic people. Now, Eileen here, let's get her photo up here so everybody knows who we're talking about. Eileen here, she said that Autism Speaks, she was did this, I think, on TikTok, was answering questions. She said that Autism Speaks does not think of autism as a disease. Okay? Look at these bots they have here. Do you know how many times St. Petersburg keeps on coming up? Really? Really? It's just a bot fake thing. It's so. If I had a organization and they tried this gimmicky kind of crap, I know it earns more money, but it's just not freaking legit. As an autistic person, it bothers me. Now, I don't have the ability to be offended emotionally because my brain doesn't work that way. I mean, I do have emotions, but it just, I don't get offended because I just look at people and go, well, that's stupid. Yeah, but it doesn't, I didn't do it, it doesn't affect me. But anyway, Eileen here told me that they don't, the Autism Speaks, she said it on this TikTok, that Autism Speaks does not, in fact, see autism as a disease. Yet they always refer to it as if it was. And they always try to disassociate the autism from the person. And here, but okay, now this, like, okay, this is Facebook. This is their Facebook where they sent us back to their site. How general education teachers can support students with ASD. They're making that separation from autistic people from autism as if we are diseased. And most autistic people prefer um, like autistic, or what do they call it? Identity first. Autistic person, or I'm autistic like I do. I just say I'm autistic. And we know this. Most of the community prefers that. Most of the community does not consider it a disease because it's not. It's what we are born with. It's how we are born. Some people have brown hair. Some people are autistic. Okay? But it isn't people with brown hair. People with brown hairism, they aren't afflicted with brown hair. Okay, so 1 in 36 children in the United States is diagnosed with autism. With autism. Actually, they're diagnosed right now with autism spectrum, or ASD, autism spectrum disorder. But what I'm getting to is it's always with autism. It's always separating. Increasingly more are enrolled in general education classrooms in school. Yeah, in the 60s we decided that the nut house wasn't cool, and so it started fading them out. Finally, I think got rid of the last one and went the 90s. The good news, oh boy, the good news. This is coming from Autism Speaks. I can't wait. Inclusion has universal benefits. It has been known to improve educational outcomes for all students, overall attitudes towards diversity, even school. Okay, this is sounding really good. Now, where are they going? Inclusion. Where do they want? Somehow this has got to come back to Autism Speaks. And somehow how they're the solution, or something like that. And sometimes it's just being the presenter, the presenter of the information. Thus, kind of makes you the authority, and therefore that's what the purpose is. But you always want to see what the purpose is. What is the intention of the writer? What do they want us to do? Um, and that's with all influence, with every conversation. Right now, think of what I am trying to influence you to do. What do you think? Um, every contact we have with people is we're trying to influence people, basically. Um, the bad news: most general education teachers lack sufficient autism related instructions. Many teacher education program many require just one overview class about students with disabilities. On the job, professional developed specific to autism is nearly non-existent mandatory. Okay, they're talking about education here and saying that basically education about, well, they're saying disabled people in general, but autistic people is almost non-existent. Let me take this further. There is zero condition for any doctor, psychiatrist of any kind in the United States. There's zero requirement for them to have ever heard of autism to become a PhD, or to become a psychiatrist, or to become a counselor, or to become an autism counselor. There's no regulations, nothing, no standards. There's no standards of what a developmental education should be for a psychiatrist. There is no requirement that any mental health worker in the United States had ever heard of autism. At all. Period. That's a serious problem. And Autism Speaks isn't helping with that either. But we're talking about educators. It's just as bad with educators. If you have psychiatrists and mental health workers that aren't required to have ever heard of autism, do you think teachers are? Come on. And I guarantee you it's the same there. I guarantee you there's no requirement for any educator in this country to have heard of autism. No requirement for them to be an educator of any level. So yeah, I mean, it's just a fact. It's just how it is. I mean, as a result, even the best teachers can be unsure of how to properly support their autistic teachers. And guess who's here to help you? Autism Speaks. Because on Facebook here, they were talking about educators and so forth, and they sent it right here to Autism Speaks. See how this works? We always circle back home. Some even struggle to understand autism. Ethan Hitchberg experienced this in his high school. Oh no. Don't make me do it. I have to do it. I think I know who this is actually. No, but I've seen a teenager with autism. I guarantee you this is going to be like, man, Autism Speaks sucks. I'm not even I'm not even gonna go down that rabbit hole. Okay, so they're citing some random autistic. That's cool. Or whatever. And this may be an important autistic person. I don't whatever. I don't care. A lot of times, see, the thing is when you're introduced to a cult, as I was when I was a child, um, you're usually introduced very young and you're conditioned. And like in my case, it was Jesus that did everything for me. Autistic kids in ABA, like that have 40 hours a week and stuff like that, they are conditioned. ABA made me who I am and what I am. Autism Speaks supports ABA, and there's these people that hate ABA and everything that has made me who I am. I couldn't have done anything without this. I couldn't have done nothing without Jesus, but Jesus made it happen for me. Thank you, Autism Speaks. All right. Thank you, ABA. And it's exactly the same. That is why Autism Speaks and the ABA fits the bite model of authoritarian control. And I've said that for a long time. So it is okay worth noting that the autistic teen was having a hard time keeping up with in a well-respected teacher's class. Frustrated, the teacher asked, "Are you autistic?" Heartbroken, embarrassed, Ethan said, "Yeah." Oh, I would. Now people are going to be like, "Oh my God, you're laughing." Okay, if he was heartbroken and embarrassed, I would have loved that. I would have ate that up as an autistic person, and it's sad if this is what happened to this guy. That I mean, that sucks if it made him feel bad or whatever. I would have ate it up. Boy, I would have ate it up. I to see their face. Oh yes, I was diagnosed when I was 4 years old, actually. Oops. Um, the thing is, if somebody's going to be that ableist and say something like that, then I think they should be embarrassed by their behaviors. Um, that's why I would love that because I would make them bathe in it. I would make sure that they knew it was a mistake. But I'm not a nice person. It is worth noting the teacher apologized and took necessary steps to correct the situation to Ethan's satisfaction. I bet they did. I bet they did. Boy, I wonder if they saw like their pink slip, or so to speak, fly before them, like they lost their job, their last check. They're like, oh damn. Boy. And they may not have realized that they were being that horribly ableist when they did that. But I would have. Okay, tell me that ain't funny. Tell me that ain't funny. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. Okay. Um. So poor Ethan here, the autistic. His teacher was having a hard time. Uh, Frustrated, the teacher asked, "What are you, autistic?" A heartbroken, embarrassed Ethan replied, "Yes." And like I said here, I that's too bad that made him feel that way. I would have loved it. I would have ate it up. It but there is too much at risk for all involved to leave it solely up to teachers to learn about autism on the job. Okay, and we're here to help. Here, we provide. This is cultism. This is what a cult does. Now, I know in sales and so forth, this is what we do too. Um, like a lot of YouTubers, or you'll see people talking about, even when you're making videos, you present something, and then you give it, and you reward the people by giving it like a solution. Like, here's a problem, you give them the solution. That's their reward, that kind of thing. And so it's a common sales thing, but it is also very much used in cults. But we knew it was always going to come back to it doesn't go back to autistic people. It goes back to Autism Speaks. They never mention that there's an autistic community. That the autistic community is the best source for anything autistic. Because if you need local autistic, you can get local autistic for local doctors, for whatever else. If you have a question at any time, there's some autistic person in a chat room, something somewhere, and you can pretty much get an answer if it's not already been answered on Reddit or what have you. Like I used to do Quora a lot. I've only answered a few autistic questions on Quora. A lot of questions about religion, though. I don't even know how many followers I have on that. I have no idea. Um, we provide here at Autism Speaks. Don't go to the autistic community to find out answers. Don't ask them. Ask Autism Speaks. This is the problem we have with Autism Speaks. It's going to take me 15 minutes to get through a sentence. Here we provide general education teachers with a crash course in autism to promote awareness and acceptance and to help create an inclusive classroom environment that not only supports autistic students but the entire class. Okay, flowery talk. But the learning does not stop and start with one teacher in the classroom. It's with the autistic community. You should first go to the autistic community. Parents, teachers, and school administrators. What? They didn't mention the autistic community. What's going on here? They're going straight to parents, teachers, school administrators to share this with physical education teachers, art teachers, music teachers, and throughout their school. Do you see that they don't ever mention that there are autistic people that might have a good idea of what the autistic life might be like? They have not mentioned once that there's an entire community of people like myself that had autistic parents or an autistic parent that are autistic and have had autistic children or grandchildren who have seen generations of autism. You don't think they might be a good resource? Don't want to mention them. No, you come to us, the people who aren't autistic. And you give us that money that you think is going to them. We know what to do with it. That Autism Speaks gives their employees millions of dollars in bonuses. That's their corporate staff. Isn't had they not ever had an autistic person ever look at this website? The Autism Speaks website. And once again, I want to note, and I'm going to keep on grilling this, it is on white. Why do they have it on white? Google can do it. YouTube can do it. I think even Facebook. I think there's a way. Okay, this isn't an actual account, but I think you could probably do it on Facebook. I probably could for this page itself. Maybe in settings. I don't know. Okay, so Autism Speaks is the solution every time. Every time they mention the UN, every time they talk to politicians, it's we're the answer. We're the answer. We're the answer. They never mention autistic people. They never mention the autistic community. They never mention that there are autistic community, that there's a whole autistic community of autistic adults. Like I said, that have lived through it, that have autistic parents, autistic children, autistic grandchildren, etc. That are experts and that are counselors in autism. They don't mention autistic people, really. Okay, okay. Let's give Autism Speaks credit here. Okay, I'm going to go off camera for just a moment. When I come back, we're going to start right here at the front page of Autism Speaks. And we're going to try to find any kind of information for autistic people that we can't get, or in general. We're going to see how much stuff we have to sift through before we get to autistic people, and what kind of help we're actually getting from Autism Speaks. What kind of help are they offering? We'll find out. I'll be right back here. I'm not actually leaving. I'm just turning off my camera for a minute. For reasons. This pledge was really creepy in itself. It's kind of like wanting you to pledge to Autism Speaks. Kind of like pledging rather rather than pledging your faith to the Constitution or to the United States, swearing an oath to a president or something. Yeah, kind of weird. Um, I don't quite get that. Okay, so I have been on now for 2 hours. Okay, well, cool. So that means I am 20 hours into 100 hours of 100 hours of reasons not to support Autism Speaks. That's right, 100 hours. I've just completed 20 of my 100 hours. So I'm well into this before April even comes. I may have to do more. I certainly hope I don't have to do more. Maybe I need to get lazy. So, and not stay on this so much. No, the reason I'm here and doing this live and not making a bunch of videos is because I want to be on air a lot, and so that people notice that and people start asking about that, about why I am live and what I am talking about while I medicate off camera. So yeah, I'm going to start up right here in about 2 minutes. Okay, the medicating is getting done here. All right. Get back on film here. Get back on camera. And we are going... Okay. I have never done this, okay? I've been all over this site. But... excuse me. I have not done this specifically. So, I am a 53... I'm playing me. No, I'm playing Redneck. We'll let Redneck handle this one right here. Let's look up. So we got ourselves a redneck autistic. That would be me. All right, let's come here to this Autism Speaks. Now in Texas, you have to add the R's. I'm originally from Houston, Texas, and you would say like wash the car or oil, and kind of add that R in. So I've always said Autism Speaks, and I know there's this thing about people saying it different or something or whatever now, and getting upset about it. Well, this is a whole different deal, and I ain't stopping. Okay, so just coming to this site here as an artistic person at Autism Speaks. Now, this lady here is Eileen Lamb. She is like media director. She is the corporate staff. I understand she got a $250,000 bonus this year. From looking at the finances. These are her two sons, both autistic. I just throw that in there. So if okay, help and information. Well, it says help and information right here. Well, hell, what kind of help do I need? What do I need? Mental help or something. We'll see. Okay, we're just going to go down their rabbit hole because whatever. Behavioral changes. Oh my goodness. Medical resources. Okay, that's behavioral health right there. Now, this is Autism Speak. You're going to help me. Now, these people at Autism Speaks. Now, let's keep in mind that this organization is called Autism Speaks. Autism, what is autism? Well, we have like, I don't know, light sensitivities. And this is what we get all over this website, these white pages that hurt. So I just thought I would mention that. I used Vistaprint one time and made a website, and you can change the colors of this to be whatever you want it to be. But if this is supposed to be Autism Speaks and everything is white, which hurts people with light sensitivities, There is a huge amount of autistic people with light sensitivities, which is why for the last few days I have had to have my sunglasses at the computer desk because of Autism Speaks. So, moving right along. Medication decision aid. Strategies to relieve constipation in children. What about adults? Um, at least this. Okay. Learn more about medication and decide if it's right for you. Decide if it's right for the parent to use, or for the parent to use with their kid, or are they saying, is it right for you as a autistic person? Okay, this says resources to assist people with autism here, with that disease. So let's see. Nope. Once again, this is Autism Speaks. We went down the rabbit hole and it said resources to assist people with autism, with that disease. So we went down that rabbit hole. Many families of children and adults with autism are faced with the option of using medicines to help treat their child's challenges and behaviors. Who are we talking to? Who's the subject? The parents. It's always been the victim parents with Autism Speaks. The victim grandparents. This was started by the Wrights. The Wrights' grandchild had autism. He had autism. They're see, they even got me saying it now. Their grandchild was an autistic kid, whatever. I don't know how old he is now. He's probably an adult now. They wanted to cure autism. The commercials they put out characterized autism as worse than what is it? Cancer, Parkinson's, and polio combined. That's how they characterized it. Oh, no, one of them was diabetes. So it's something like that. By the way, they still have that language here on this website. I found that yesterday. I did a talk about that yesterday. My point is going into this, I said, is this going to be all for the parents, all directed towards the parents or whatever? And it is. Even when we went down the rabbit hole that they sent us on their site, resources to assist people and additional medical needs. And this is going to be written, many children have... At 18, we turn into, we're cured. Right? Isn't that right? At 18, we're cured? Isn't that how it happens? So here we go back to infantilizing us again. Basically, they're not talking about adults. And they're speaking to basically caretakers or whatever. This is not geared towards or for autistic people at all. A parent's guide. Okay, we already looked through one parent's guide, and that was excruciating. That was really bad. I can't see anything. I had a little thing for my drink, and I can't find it. All right, moving right along. So I'm going to backtrack here. It's so easy to go down a rabbit hole. So I'm an autistic person. And I'm Redneck Dave here, the artistic. So I am, as an autistic person, going to Autism Speaks. This is the the first page, and I, as an autistic person, I'm trying to get help, and it said help information. So I'm trying. I failed the first time. I'm trying to get help, so I'm hitting help, clicking help in information. Oh, life stage. They got old geezer, baby. They got old geezer help. Yep. Adults plus 22. Well, plus 22. Yeah, way plus 22. um, they're pushing this employment toolkit, and this is what's the thing is they're pushing this on employers once again, saying here we have the answers. It's Autism Speaks, so that way they get the backing of all those corporations that we've talked about earlier. That our supporters. See how this page comes up first? Oh, come on, stop. Meet our partners: Wilson, Costco, Chuck E. Cheese, Samsung, um, all these huge organization corporations and so forth. They want to look good, so when they promote things like this, that kind of helps them be associated with these companies and so forth, because maybe like I said, Wilson or Samsung might put on their packaging the little puzzle piece or something to show that they support autistic people. At least that's their thinking. That's their corporate thinking, not knowing that Autism Speaks is pretty much hated by most actually autistic people. And so this is a lot of good intentioned people in a sense. Now this is just corporations here, pretty much just they just want to look good. So they're using the disabled community so that they do look good. If I give to autistic people, then that's going to make me look good. That's just kind of how it works. Um, so from a corporate perspective, that's what it is. And you can't say that this is genuine or disingenuous. This has nothing to do with that. This is corporate stuff. This has nothing to do with people or anything else. Comes with making money and having a good corporate reputation. So what needs to be done is with these organizations, we need to get together and we need to call them up in force and let them know that as an autistic community, um, that we do not appreciate them supporting Autism Speaks. Maybe we could do this one day each day of the month for Autism Speaks, or for Autism Awareness Month. What do you think about that? Um, Ask the community to call up Crayola Flowers on the 1st of April, um, Title Boxing Club on the 2nd, and Vesco as a community. Call these places up and let them know what you think about them supporting Autism Speaks. I wonder if that would be a good solution. Just wondering, you know. Okay, so I am an artistic person. I am autistic, and nobody ever questions that. Like, yeah, he's autistic. So that's what it is, there, buddy. Believe me, there's a lot more going on than autism. I do not represent autism. Oh boy. Okay, so okay, I'm an adult. I guess I have challenging to be. Okay, it's supposed. I don't speak Spanish. I wish I did, because my community I live in is 60 percent Hispanic. Yet the English is what's spoken here. Hispanics do speak a lot of Spanish at home and stuff, but not out in town. So if you come from a Caucasian or white type family, it's very, very hard to pick up Spanish unless you try to learn it specifically, and or a lot of times you end up with Hispanic girlfriends or whatever, which I did, so I understand a lot of Spanish, but I'm not good at speaking it. And I'm just not good at it. Okay, financial planning toolkit because I need financial planning. Watch, this is going to be from a probably from parents' perspective again. Remember, I'm an autistic person coming to Autism Speaks on their website. I am trying to find help, and I've got to do give them my an email. It's an old email, but I don't want it getting spammed more than because I'm gonna have to like delete all this stuff when they start spamming me. Okay, so remember that I was an autistic person. I went down their trail of links as an autistic person trying to get help, and this was the closest thing I could find as an autistic person to help me with whatever I might need, and this is for financials. Okay, so we're going to have tons of disclaimers and all that stuff. Assessing funding through the state, federal programs, special needs, uh, trust, financial products, guardianship. I want to see what perspective this is written from because, like I said, this is supposed to be helping autistic people. This is Autism Speaks website. This is the PDF that they give you. But I bet you it's going to be written as a parent of an autistic child. All parents they want parents to become dependent upon Autism Speaks. They don't care about autistic people. So what this is going to do is the introduction, and they're going to say, here's the problem, and we are the solution, and here's that. Autism Speaks special financial planning toolkit. This is just a basic sales technique. This is done in brainwashing. This is done in all cults. Here's the problem. The world, the problem is corrupt, but Jesus is the solution. And I have the way to show you what Jesus has taught so that you will live and survive through these terrible times. Do I get an amen? Actually, my preachers, they were Methodists. They weren't quite that dramatic. But caring for children with autism. Oh, okay, let's just go down the rabbit hole. Why the hell not? I'm only 20 hours in. I've got, what 80? No, I've got less than that now. I've got about 78 hours. But we're going down the rabbit hole. By the way, notice the glasses here? They are being worn because this is so hard to look at because of all the white space. So we're going to go down this rabbit hole. And look at the phrasing of how they phrase this stuff. Caring for children, once again, this is not for autistic people. This is for autistic parents with autistic children. Even though the rabbit hole we went down, where we were trying as an autistic person, this is where we ended up, and this is where we're going to go. With autism, we are always separating the autism from the autistic person. Always. All the time, no matter what. So I am going to go back a little bit more because I want to see if there's something else here that can apply to an actual autistic adult. Okay, employment toolkit. Okay, they're talking about employment. It's got to be for adults, right? This is Autism Speaks. I am an autistic person. I'm trying to get help here. Any kind of help I can get. Any kind of advice I can get as an autistic adult. And they wanted my email there, and I don't want to put it. It's an old email. I don't use it, but so this is Autism Speaks. Oh, look at this. This is the first time that we've had a not all white page. It's still pretty bright. Let's see how bright it is too. Ooh, it's pretty bright. This toolkit is designed for autistic job seekers, those who have employment aspirations. Okay, I think we're gonna already start. We're gonna start infantilizing almost those who have employment aspirations. Nah, maybe not. Maybe I'm just digging there way too hard. It provides tools and tips for planning and preparing for employment, including an overview of career options. An autistic person can do anything. If they say anything other than that, they're being ableist assholes. But we'll see. Resume and interview advice, which you can get anywhere. It better be autism specific. It better be autism specific. Otherwise, they're just being lazy, and they have this here so that they can say that we have resources to help autistic people get jobs. So it better be autism specific. Disclosure and accommodation requests. Actually, that's something I don't know anything about. Disclosure and accommodation requests, I know nothing about that. Legal rights afforded to those with disabilities, that's ADA, which would be all American stuff. So just keep that in mind. The original version was released in 2013, comprehensive review 2023. So they've actually reviewed this recently. Okay. Good. They're saying it, not me. They're saying they just reviewed this. They just updated this. And it was comprehensive. This is their words, not mine. 20. Okay. Oh no, oh no, oh no. There's not going to be a mention of the autistic community in this. With a comprehensive review and update in 2023, which is last year, by a diverse team of autistic people. Oh, wait, Autism Speaks staff? Autism Speaks Community Advisory Council members and contributors that included autistic adults, but we're not going to say who they are. They're saying contributors that included autistic adults. Okay. Okay. I want to know who these autistic adults are. And I would not be surprised if they say Elaine. Or if Eileen isn't in there. Well, we asked Eileen. She's Token. I'm going to call her Token. Token. I'll show you a picture of Token. That there's Token. That there's Token, the token autistic. That's their one, or that's the one autistic they have in the organization. That's Token. Eileen Lamb. She is officially Token. She's their token autistic.
Caleb, people are telling me that the Swedish accent sounds just like Stitch. But I don't think that's true. I think Swedish accent sounds a little bit more like a fairy.
No, I think you sound like Stitch.
What? No, I don't.
Order a cheeseburger.
Excuse me, can I have a
Okay, according to Zoom Info, um, Autism Speaks has 216 employees. Alrighty, we're looking at the Autism Speaks website, and I'm going to tell you about the person I am now calling Token, and that is Eileen Lamb. She's like their media director. She's corporate staff there with Autism Speaks, and she's, I guess, the only person that is autistic that works there now. So she's their token autistic person. Now, the reason I'm saying this, let me show you this. Alrighty, we're looking at the Autism Speaks web. I really hope you can see that this is Zoom Info, and they're saying Autism Speaks has 216 employees. Okay, employee level 216, and this is Autism Speaks. They said the 90 million. This is like way gross. 94 million that they brought in. This was last year. Okay, so if we take, this is where we need to start doing the math. Alrighty, we're looking at the. Okay, the thing is if you were to just get 200 random people walking out of a grocery store, you would have between 2 and 8 autistics, no matter what, that were in that group. Autism Speaks, the organization that claims to represent autistic people, can't even meet random demographics of autistic people. They have less than you would get in any random sample of people. They have less autistic people working for them than that. One. One that I know of right now in 2024. This is David Page. Screw them, flapharder. Okay. Sorry, I had to do that. I had to get that done. Because. Quick break. Okay. I'm going to go right back. I think I'm going to switch back again to Autism Speaks. And we're going to put. Okay. Harmful. I'm not putting these words in here. This is just like comes up. That's really weird. Huh. And see, this isn't signed in. It's just kind of like a random account. Um, so this is home VIR floor time. Does this group represent Autism Speaks? Um, so this is no, this is just autism myths. Now we want Autism Speaks. We want to see what people are saying about Autism Speaks. Now I'm not saying this. White. How do we get all these white pages like this all the time? How do we get these white pages all the time? I do not know. I do not know at all. Um, I've got to take a quick little break here. Kind of, because I've been on for 2.5 hours now. I made this computer. I built this computer so that I could stream. Right now, I've got two cameras going. Um, but so that I could stream okay and be able to handle that kind of traffic or whatever. But my CPU right now is at 5%, half a percent, less than half a percent. On my old computer, before I rebuilt it, it would take 20 minutes for me to render when I would make a video, no matter what, at least 20 minutes. It could take hours. But it was getting to the point where even one change would take 20 minutes, and I just couldn't make videos. And with this, it processes quicker than I can watch the video. So it did work out for me pretty well. Right now, I am participating in medicating myself so that I have due medication. And I shall be carrying on here in just a few seconds. I really need to figure out what the most popular thing that I talk about with Autism Speaks, what that is. Because I do not know. Okay, this is written by Tori Morales. Let's see who Tori Morales is. Tori Morales. Let's see. Tori Morales is an autistic college student writing about mental health and autism. Okay. That was like somewhat Pueblo-ish. I'm an autistic college student. Yeah, that's pretty much how Pueblo. That's the like west side, how we would say it there on the west side of Pueblo. Like I said, I live in a community that's 40% Caucasian, so my community is Hispanic. So I'm not making fun. That's just how we talk. But I still kind of talk more of the Caucasian. But anyway, so Tori Morales is an autistic college student. When was this written? Okay, maybe this date here. I don't know if we can go by this date, but that says September 22. So within the last year or so, we'll say maybe. Okay, so I find out these college kids do write really nice, really good articles. They receive the most funding and attention, but they're no angels. Here's why I and other autistic advocates say Autism Speaks harms our community, and I would agree. See, I hate all this white space. I'm so sorry about this, and there's nothing I can do about it. I'm going to try to figure out if there's a way that I can come up with some kind of program that will filter this white out, because this just hurts to look at. Even before I realized I was autistic, I didn't like Autism Speaks. The organization had a reputation. I didn't know crap about Autism Speaks. I was 50 years old but what? Well, it would have been 3 years ago. So basically, 2020 is when I discovered I was autistic, or 2021, right in there. And I had really not. I had heard of Autism Speaks like everybody has. Autism awareness, always made fun of autism awareness, because it's like, for a decade I was like, okay, I'm freaking aware, you know. Let me get these cameras back on. Um, but yeah, I was like, I'm freaking aware. Come on, autism. So what? Now what? Because it always stopped right there. It was, be aware. Okay, I'm aware. And I need to be aware because it's relevant, because actually in my case I was autistic. I was aware it existed. I wasn't aware that I existed. I just thought I was self-aware, but I wasn't. Okay, let's let her do the speaking here. So Even before I realized I was autistic, I didn't like Autism Speaks. The organization has had a reputation of speaking over autistic people, yeah, or for. They say that they represent autistic people. They say they represent us. They say that. Instead of elevating our voices, which I've already talked about, my one complaint is, and going into this, excuse me, going into this, I said that nowhere will they even mention the autistic community. And they sure as hell will not say the best resource is the autistic community. Go to Actually Autistic Community wherever you want to. Go to Actually Autistic people and ask them because, like in my case, probably my grandmother actually was autistic, but I know my mother was autistic. I'm autistic. My kids were autistic. Um, most of my friends. I know a lot of autistic people. I've been around a lot of autism. Um, I'm now an expert in autism, so to speak, because it's been my sole uh, hyper focus for the last what 2 3 years now. It's basically all I've been studying, and I'm not working, so it's I've been able to dedicate like all day to it. That's why I'm doing this. Okay, so let's let Tori Morales. Spanish names are so much funner to say in like with the Spanish accent. Morales instead of Morales. Anyway, um, they used to put out advertisements that seemed to demonize the autistic people. It was I was off. It was off-putting. They put out commercials that literally said that it basically it was worse than childhood diabetes, cancer, and polio combined or something. I mean, or that it was more prolific. It made it scary as hell. It did demonize us, and she's being very nice there. Um, it made us look like we were the most horrible thing that could possibly happen to a parent. Like, and it made it look like parents should be mortified by having autistic children. Remember, the purpose of this organization was to eliminate autism, was to destroy autism, was to do genetic studies and so forth and cure autism for good so that no child could ever be born with autism. When you take a certain demographic of society and you exclusively ensure that their DNA is never carried on, that their type no longer exists, that is by definition genocide. And here I go. I'm off again. Totally off topic. Okay, this is Tori Morales, and she's an autistic gal, probably in college still. And this is her article. Has been great. Today, the website looks different. Autism Speaks has made attempts superficially to improve their image. So Autism Speaks is uncanceled. Actually, I've been going over it, and it still says people with autism consistently. It still addresses autism as if it is a disease. It says people with autism. It never says autistics. Never. It never says autistic people. Never. It's always kids with autism. Your brother with autism. It really still tries to separate the person from the autism. In no place do they attempt to unite the two. In no place do they say that it is an autistic person, that it is a brain type, a neurotype. Not that I've seen. Eileen, um, token, they're token autistic. Eileen, in a TikTok, said that they do not believe that autism is a disease. Yet on their website, You look yourself, it is always with autism. It is always, you could say, if you uh, if you approach it as they're talking about a disease and you read it in that way, that is the way it is going to come off, because it's people with autism. It isn't autistic people. It isn't people that are autistic people or autistics or whatever. I prefer. I'm just autistic. I'm autistic. That's all I am. Whatever. Um, but they make it a there is a purposeful separation going on here. Still, because if it has to be crafted, carefully crafted, to be the way it is on their website, to not actually cross that line, but to keep that separation from autism from the person. And they have very carefully, very craftily, very purposefully walked that line, and you can see it. Um, no, I'll make that clear. Though they may have made attempts to look different, they are still not an organization you should support. I was inspired to write this article by a recent Twitter hashtag trending in the autistic community in Autism Speaks. That's interesting. This was a year ago. I've been going by Occupy Autism Speaks. I haven't seen this in Autism Speaks. I agree. It's a good hashtag, and this is probably a year or two old, I'm guessing. Let's see if it's dated. March 22. So essentially 2 years old. So it's kind of old. As in social media, this is freaking ancient. um, it's a good hashtag, but for people not already involved in autism advocacy or disability rights, looking at the Speaks website is not obviously heinous, and that's true. Superficially, if you don't know anything about autism, it looks like it's helpful. But as you dig deeper, and once you know what you're looking for, and it's very easy to see. Like I said, they always say it's a person with autism, a child with autism. They separate the two, and they pointedly and purposefully do that because they didn't mistakenly not do that anywhere. It isn't like, they had six different writers and they kind of write different way every single time with autism, with autism, with autism, with autism, with autism. Never autistic person, an autistic. Never, not once. There's no mistake. No mistake whatsoever. Um, we'll start with the brief explainer on what ABA is. No, I don't want to talk about ABA. Autism Speaks to Washington. I don't know what this is. In November 2013, Autism Speaks co founder Suzanne Wright, yeah, it was her and her husband, wrote an Washington Post article urging a national plan for autism. See, they want to be at the center of this. These people do want to control this. This is what they. There's a lot of money in this. That like the gross, very very gross. The whole big number was 93 million last year. That they like brought in. That doesn't mean that that's exactly what they have or anything else, but that's a lot of money any way you want to look at it. And then only $400,000 last year went out to actually autistic people, and one of those actually autistic people happened to be who? It happened to be Token. Who is Token? Why, it is Elaine Lamb. Right here, Elaine Lamb. Their token autistic person, because evidently they've got 200 and some odd employees. 216 or something. What was that? I need to go back to that and save that. Um, where was that? 216 employees. 216 employees. And so there should be, let's say that there's 1 to 4 autism percent. So just taking 100, there's at 1 out of 100, doing basic math here. Basically, a minimum of 2 autistic people randomly. But you could probably have up to 4 or more. But at the very minimum, you should have at least 2 people that are autistic just to meet a random demographic pretty much anywhere in the world. Okay? And as far as I know, there's only one autistic person, and that's their media person. She is a corporate person, and she made herself the poster child. So I'm calling her token. She's their token autistic person. And they're like, well, hell, we got to have an autistic somewhere. Well, hell, you could be our token autistic person. Actually, she probably. It sounds like she worked, and obviously she does do. She may be one of the few people that actually does some work at that place. I mean, she is autistic. She probably works her ass off. Is that wrong of me? Is that wrong of me? But yeah, this is Token. This is Eileen. Okay, so Suzanne Wright. This is talking about the co-founder Suzanne Wright. She speaks primarily about parents with autistic children. Here are some quotes. Life lived moment to moment in anticipations of the child's next move in despair. That's a very bleak look on autism. If 3 million children in America one day went missing, what would we do as a country? We're missing? If 3 million children in America one day went missing, what would we do as a. Are we missing? I wish there was better context here. We, for the most part, lost touch with 3 million American children. As a nation, we've done nothing. Okay, so yeah, it sounds like she's saying that basically we are nothing or whatever. Or maybe I don't count because I'm no longer a children. um so she's going to start talking about the I am autism ad. Uh the scare tactics ad that came out in 2009. The idea that autism is a tragedy, and that is exactly what it projects. Its intent, and it's very, very blatant. I mean, there's no hiding. I mean, this is the purpose of the video is scare tactics. I mean, it's not like they're trying to hide it. That's the purpose of the video. Um, there should be more government support for autistic people who need it, and this will often include support for families. But it is unhelpful to focus primarily on the families of autistic people. Now, um, I've been on this for at least 20 hours now, and I've been going back and forth to their website, and I've been looking. And my purpose here for the last hour has been, what if I go to, and we'll start over right now. Starting over right now. This is well, we'll go blank here, so everybody can see. There's Autism Speaks. Here's it is. Now we're going to get their give us money thing. This is the first pop-up. Give me money. No, still give me money. You have to click that twice. Click this again. No. And then here's another donate button, just in case you missed the first 3. Here's a 4th one. This is the first page. Okay, so I'm an artistic failure. And I'm an artistic adult. I need some help. So let's see if I can get some help here from I need financial help with my schooling. That's what I want. Ways to give them money. Ways to help them earn money. Meet the partners. These are all the people that Wilson, like I said, I don't know if this is true, but they may like have a autism piece, Autism Speaks logo on a piece of merchandise, or not necessarily the merchandise, but maybe the packaging or something like that. Something to show that they support Autism Speaks. Why? Because the executives of Wilson, they saw they basically they're like, hey, we need, and this goes for all these guys pretty much. Um, you know what? It'd be really great if we're seeing helping in the community. Hey, how about that autism? Okay, cool. Autism Speaks, number one, because that's the most recognized name. So okay, we'll work with, we'll donate to Autism Speaks, and then we'll, they call Autism Speaks. They make a partnership, and then they can put the little logo on there, that kind of thing. And so that's kind of how this works. Now with Home Depot, this is a big exception. I'm not surprised Costco's there. I think that's a big Christian organization too. Now Home Depot, they gave like $35 million to start Autism Speak. So this was the big donor, the big thing that fueled Autism Speak starts. They had $35 million. Well, I don't know what their budget was for for that year, but traditionally they spend 40% of their money on advertising, promotions, etc. So out of 35 million, if it, the day one you have that to start for the year, that's a, I mean, you can push advertising. They probably didn't do it that way exactly, but that's a huge startup money for nothing, particularly when you're a nonprofit. That is a lot of advertising. And that's why we know what Autism Speaks is today. And that's why we have autism awareness. We got to give Autism Speaks the credit. As far as autism awareness, it is because of Autism Speaks. But it's not because they wanted to help autistic people. It's because when you have an organization, a corporation like any one of these corporations, you have a nonprofit. The nonprofit's job is to stay open, is to help the nonprofit. It's an entity that doesn't really exist. A corporation exists in order to exist. Its purpose is not to die, basically. If it dies, the corporation shuts down. Everybody loses money. Everybody loses their job, kind of thing. And it's the same thing with a nonprofit. Um, so it's a constant promotion thing. Now, with this nonprofit, when like the CEO gets something like $650,000 for being CEO a year, something like that in that area, and something like a almost a $500,000 expense account, over $400,000 expense account, not to mention six-figure bonuses. So basically, we're talking $1 million+ in kickbacks and everything else. Now, Token Eileen Lamb, she tells us in a video on Autism Speaks channel on YouTube that Autism Speaks paid for one of her children here, one of her sons, for his diagnosis, evidently last year, so that had been 2023 or maybe 2022 when she said that. Um, she is an executive that, as I recall, got I think it was like $250,000 bonus, and she's like their sales media person. But she's one of their top executives. They've got like an echelon of like 10 or 15 people. They're the top moneymakers, and they get all the bonuses. You look at the list. I can't remember how I saw it yesterday. I had it up. Maybe I have it in my bookmarks. Okay, is this what we're looking at? This is some of their financials. Ah, totally lost my train of thought. I'm trying to think of this. I think this might be it, where they have some of their salaries or some of their bonuses and crap that they got. Okay, no, these are, this is just like really short forms for their taxes. This is not the one I was looking for. And I think I just went back to the same one. Let's see what this is. Okay, now this is just another page that takes you back to Autism Speaks. Darn it, I wish I would have saved that one. These, it's really, really, really hard to tell. Okay, so this does tell you here $1.6 million in executive compensation. $1.6 million in executive compensation. Fundraising fees, now that could be interesting. I don't know what those are. Other salaries and wages, that's 14 million dollars. 14 mil, over 14 million dollars. And other salaries and wages, kickbacks. So that's 1.678. So that's basically 15, 16, yeah, 16 million in kickbacks. That's not just the regular salaries. This is other salaries. $16 million in kickbacks, basically. That's what we can see here. That goes back to pretty much the executive staff, which is those top 15 people or whatever. I wish I knew. I wish I knew how to get there. Wait, does it say view filing? Maybe that will give us more information. Okay. Yay. Okay, I don't give a crap about all this. So their salary, that's why they're showing 1 hour per week or whatever, because their salary. So, okay. Compensation from the organization. President Keith Wargo. Over $500,000. Where's token Eileen? Where's Eileen? I don't see Eileen. Oh, come on, Eileen. Eileen. That is token. That's the media lady. Their token autistic person. I'm trying to see if they're going to show us more. I want to see more of those employees, what those employees were getting paid. Almost $700,000 in equipment, office equipment and stuff. $700,000. Other. And others you can really pinch a lot out of other too if you want to as a corporation. You can pinch a shitload out of other. Interesting. This is a report of some individual donors. I don't care about this being online because it's already online. Okay. Okay. For a couple of days now, I have been talking about grants and so forth. And the ability, if you get the, I don't know what this is. This is Children's Healthcare. I think these are grants that maybe Autism Speaks. This is on their W 2. So somehow the government is evidently giving them money that they're also passing along to these other organizations. But this says Purpose of grant or assistance. Hey Heather, are you still there, Pink? This is so crazy. So what if I put Autism Speaks grants? I'm going to see if Autism Speak get grants. Whoops. Look, I am being get grants from the government. I'm sure it does. It says, how much money is donated now? No, I want to know if they get grants from the government. It says that they give grants. This chart shows just how skewed our autism. This was from 2016. I'm not going to get into all that stuff. Um, Let me see if Wiki says anything about government funding. Activities, research, views. References. Spending. Yeah, they moved Jerry Dawson. Um, she's one of their executives. They spent $269,000 to move her just to the East Coast, so she could take her professorship at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Actually, that's a very renowned um, college. That's actually where Bart Ehrman is a professor. Um, Autism Speaks spent over $2 million on compensation for current officers, directors, trustees. Yeah, okay. I never had seen that. I just looked at the financials and did the math, and yeah, you can see that the bonuses are up over 2 million. I basically did that math right here yesterday. Okay, President Mark Roth had a salary of 600,000. I think it's like 650 now for the current what's his name, Mark or what? The I should remember this guy's name. He's sent me email, at least one email. CEO Keith. That's right, Keith Wargo. How much does Keith Wargo make? I don't know where this page is coming from. ProPublica? Okay, so we got another one. Okay. This is some more finances. I want to see how they have this written out. Maybe it's easier for me to see. Um, I'm not real good at the numbers thing, and I don't understand a lot of this, to tell you the truth. But there is some I do. Okay, compensation. I want to see where what token got for compensation. Okay, this is that list I was talking about. Where's token? That would be Eileen. She's not on here. Maybe Eileen didn't get 250,000. I thought she did. I thought she got. Um, let's see. Maybe we can guess what she got. They have weird titles they give themselves. Science chief. Yeah, chief science officer. Like, what the hell? This isn't Star Trek. I saw somewhere, and she was given like compensation of 250,000. I swore I saw it. Eileen Lamb. But okay, these are just these are employees and officers, basically the upper echelon. I don't know why Eileen is not in here. I am so sad. Maybe I've been saying something wrong about her this whole time. I okay, I guess I'm gonna have to take that back until I find it. I could have sworn she got paid like 250,000 in compensation. But I sure don't see it on this one. Of course, this is showing president as being someone who isn't the president. Okay, that's 2015. That's why. Okay. Maybe she's on this one. Wargo is. He got 571,000. I maybe Eileen doesn't get it. I thought she got, I could have scored she got $250,000. Oh no, that was a bonus. That's not compensation. This is compensation, not bonuses. I think it was a $250,000 bonus that Eileen got token because she's a token uh, autistic person. And these are W-2s or whatever from before. Okay, do I have this one saved? I'm gonna save this one. Yeah, we're gonna bookmark that one. Okay, I'm gonna start over here. I'm probably yeah, I'm captivating zero people's attention right now. Talking to myself. So I want to. Well, no, I really want to go back to Autism Speaks website. Advocate. How do we advocate? So I'm gonna take this down. How do you advocate? Well, get a hold of the autistic community on Facebook, on whatever, Twitter, whatever you use, and get involved with that community. That's the and learn about autism. Um, I'm not a trans person, but in that way, as I advocate, I try to advocate for the trans community because I am friends with them and I talked to them constantly and I try to stay knowledge and up on things, and I correct people. And when I do correct people on things, I also go back to my trans friends and say, okay, this is exactly what happened, and this is exactly what I said. What's your thoughts on this? And boom. So I even get feedback for when I do try to educate from the trans community. So yeah, they're not going to say anything about that. They're not going to say anything about, well, seek out the autistic community. They're not going to say talk to autistic people. Let me guess. What would a cult do? I am the answer. I have the answers. I'm guessing. Just a wild guess. Let's see. Let's see. Join R. Grassroots Advocacy Network. It didn't say anything about autistic people. How could I possibly know that? Really? What's going on? What's going on with you say you're trying to be in here? Is it kicking you off? Is that what's going on? Actually, if I can figure out how to get StreamYard again, I think I might have a guest, somebody to BS with, somebody to bounce off with. Um, because with me just rambling. Um, so, of course, Autism Speaks is the answer. With any cult, any narcissistic, like you said, like any narcissistic relationship we have, I am always the answer. And Autism Speaks is always the answer. Advocating for policies and programs in support of individuals. It is, yes, I saw it, but we knew it was going to say with autism. Because, like I said, throughout this, we separate the autistic person from autism like it's a disease. And this is consistent. Like I said, there is nowhere on this site does it mention autistic people. Nowhere. Nowhere does it address or say. Now, we know for a fact that most of the autistic people prefer autistic or autistic. That's identity first language. We know this for a fact. Now, why am I picking this apart? This would never ever be. Families with autism would never be on an autistic website. Watch, I'm gonna put my foot. I'm gonna put my foot in my mouth. We're gonna bring up the Self Advocacy Network. Now I'm gonna try to look at the language here. This isn't well now ASN. I'm still ASAN. I'm still This is the Autistic Self Advocacy Network. I'm still gonna criticize them. Look how white this is. They did better than Autism Speaks, but not much. Not very much at all. This white really hurts to look at. ASN believes that the goal of autism advocacy should be a world in which autistic people. We're talking about advocacy. Now, this isn't actually autistic site. Yeah, it hurts. Um, I wish I knew these people. I mean, I probably know people that know these people, but you can go on. I designed a website it was a atheist website on like it was a Vistaprint, and you can choose all this background color. I chose like a brown and stuff. Now I know why. um, but I never thought about it back then. Mine was a darker, like kind of like this is my Google, and there's a YouTube. Okay, so this is ASN, and let's look at this language here again. ASN believes that the goal of autism advocacy should be a world in which autistic people enjoy equal access, rights, and opportunities. What does it mean to Autism Speaks? Advocating for policies and programs in support of individuals and family with autism. So we're going to do it for you. You could even go so far as to say that this excludes autistic people being involved. Advocating for policies and programs in support of individuals and families with autism. That's third person, right? That's third person. We're going to do it for them. We're speaking for, we're advocating for them, not with. And I keep on saying, well, autistic people wouldn't say that. So now I'm going to put my foot in my mouth. We work to empower autistic people. Identity first. Autistic. They may not say autistics here. But it would be appropriate if they did across the world to control our own lives and the future of our community, our common community, to seek organize the autistic community to ensure our voices. Ooh, boy, I love this. This is whew. Just kidding. No, this is awesome, isn't it? This is freaking amazing. Mm. Oh boy, I'm gonna get in so much trouble. Who we are, the Autism Self Advocacy. Yeah, um, the Autism Self Advocacy Network, National Grassroots Disability. That's all correct. Like I said, I don't know these people directly. I probably know people that know these people, kind of thing. Probably two people away from these, maybe one, folks. So that the law and policies meet our community's needs. And now this is speaking from autistic people's perspective. We work to support all forms of self advocacy to change. Okay, become part of a community of advocates who raise awareness for autism policy issues. Not for autistic people. See how we have already separated it from the autistic people? Awareness for autism policy issues. Awareness for the issues of the policies. That detracts from the autistic people, human beings. Am I the only one seeing this? Um, Communicate with elected officials. Of course, they want to communicate with elected officials. Contribute to local events, engage other volunteers, and support a positive change. Not a word or mention of autistic people. That's Autism Speaks. This site by autistic people is talking about autistic people empowering autistic people and autistic people having a voice. They want to do that with policy and legal advocacy. Let's see their words. They're saying the same thing here we just talked about. Autistics, what do we call it? I keep on forgetting. Self Advocacy Network works to make our society more inclusive for autistic people. Once again, identity first. Like most autistic people, like we're autistic. We work to make sure that autistic people are in control of our own lives. Now, on the other one, they had control and they didn't mention autistic people. Here, autistic people want control of their own lives. Yeah, exactly. And Heather, I saw it. You said it first before I said it. Isn't that crazy? And we're looking at the same thing here. Become a part of a community of advocates who raise awareness for autism policy issues, communicate with elected officials, contribute to local events, engage other volunteers, other people that aren't autistic, and support positive change. No mention of autistic people. But they are doing it for us. They're speaking for us there, but we're not involved in it. So let's see what the autistic people say. ASAM works to make our society more inclusive for autistic people. We work to make sure that autistic people are in control of our own lives. Isn't it weird that we came up with that control thing? Maybe because I'm so PDA. I think you might be PDA, didn't you say, Heather? Or maybe you have those tendencies. It's probably the same corporation, just different names. um, and we say that in policies and we have a say in policies that affect us. Here at the Autism Speaks website, they never said anything about autistic people having a say in policy issues. They want to be the advocates. for policy issues. Isn't see how able I mean when you I know I'm kind of nitpicking, but they are saying entirely different things here when you really look at it. Although they're supposedly saying about we're talking about advocacy. Um, there was one more sentence. We worked to protect disability rights and civil rights. There was no mention of that, and that has a direct impact on autistic people. Civil rights, disability rights. I think I think Autism Speaks might have mentioned disability rights somewhere. I don't think they do. They don't do anything like personally for disability rights. They just have like a note or something in here. I think of like go to social services kind of thing. Um, yeah, by topic it health awareness, financial planning, medical resources. Yeah, so yeah, they're not really they not that's not really civil rights stuff by any means. We celebrate and promote autistic community and culture. Work. We do this work in many ways, including policy, legal advocacy, making educational resources, creating advocacy tools. This is autistic people saying this. Leadership training for autistic self advocates. Now, there is a similar thing that Autism Speaks has here. I've seen it. It's like our work, our mission. And they're trying to say the same thing. It's the same. Is this it? Our history 4.6 billion increase in authorized federal research for funding for autism. Now they are take Autism Speaks is taking credit for this. I don't know if they do if it's true or not. Um, I would think if they had had a personal hand in this 4.6 billion dollar authorized federal research funding, that they would have the articles posted all over the place on their website, though, if they'd had a direct hand in that. And there is certainly no link. $218 million investment in scientific grants and projects. And guess what? I think they're talking about maybe for all time. Token here, Eileen. She got a $250,000 bonus, $250,000. And they're bragging that they've helped autistic people in their history with 218 million since their organization started. Where token here, where's token? Token. Okay, token here. Eileen Lamb. I was looking at the financials, and as I believe it was a $250,000 bonus she got. Bonus last year. Just saying. Click here to read more about their work. Publication, speaking, consulting. See what we've accomplished each year. Oh, this is kind of cool. Goes back to 2015. Nothing skipped. See, this is the thing. I'm autistic. I was like, it's the ADHD part of me. Keeping up with this for all those years would be so freaking hard. I would have to have so much support to get that done. I mean, support like somebody else do it. Like support. Okay, so okay. Okay, this is their resource library toolkits. Okay, so what these, of course, freaking autistic people. Freaking autistic. This is definitely autistic people. Look at these freaking lists. Oh boy. Easy read. Plain. These are all things on subject matters. What is structural racism? HCBS settings rule resources are rights under threat means for people with disabilities. This is all articles for autistic people. List. This stuff you could actually get some real information from. Crisis in our communities. I'm just clicking randomly. Racial disparities in community living. This is real stuff that affects us. This affects our community. Even within the actually autistic community, we have our own racial issues and our own ableism and so forth. But this really does have an effect on our community, particularly with people of color. If they're a lady, is going to be extreme. That is the most difficult for a black woman to get a diagnosis. If you are a young black man, say 20s, teens, or whatever, you that is the most likely person to be shot and killed by police. These are real issues that affect autistic people. Does Token talk about that? No. No, Eileen has not talked about that. Autism Speaks doesn't talk about that stuff. We're not talking about real stuff. This is a cult. When you really step back and you look at this, there's really not a lot of help here for our autistic people. Being an autistic person looking for help, I look for financial help. I'm looking for help for college or something, and I'm having a hell of a time. Autism Speaks grants. Okay, our science funding seems it could be a catalyst or funding. Now I was looking at those finances, and they were government grants or something like that, and I was trying to figure it out. Um, Research for families in need. What? They give grants for individuals and families in need. Okay, good. I'm an individual family in need. Oh, so you got to go through their filters. I I really can't do this. What if I was to call them up and ask them if I could get a listing of how they've helped people and so forth? What do you call it? An itinerary or a list of their financials of how they've helped people? I mean, exactly. Like, um, I gave Pink $50 because she needed whatever. I gave, Autism Speaks gave David Page this because he had this whatever. I sure would love to see those financials, and I guarantee you we'll never see that. Autism Speaks cares thanks to Lisa Higgins Foundation. I don't know who that is. Generous, supportive. What I'm trying to find out is, here we go. Nope, it wasn't that one. I'm trying to find my book. There's my bookmarks. No, I wish I knew how to do this. I'm trying to get my show bookmarks bar. All bookmarks. Oh, I lost that page, darn it. I thought I had it. Anyway, so this is basically what an autistic site looks like. You can at least get some safe and affordable housing. And here's a whole PDF. Now, see all this gray space here? They do have white space here, but at least they put gray on the sides. You see the difference in that? This is from autistic people. Let's see if that's a theme. Yeah. Isn't that great? That comes from an autistic website. Autism Speaks. I'm not going to show you, but I'm praising them. Yet we still have all this white, and they can get rid of that. Who volunteer, become a member, browse resources, donate, get involved, follow us, get our newsletter. Oh, there's a contact. Yeah, I could contact them. I don't know if I will. I'll let somebody else worry about that. Okay, I'm going back to Autism Speaks. They're starting from scratch again. Okay, Token, I'm an autistic person. I'm trying to get help here. I haven't been able to get any help. Blog. Is a blog going to help me? Okay. Marriage and autism, living happily ever after when one spouse has. Oh boy. Is this going to be ableist? I bet you this is ableist. I bet you somehow this is written ableist and um I'm so sensitive to my autistic husband when he does his weird autistic stuff, and I just support that weird autistic stuff because I love him so much and I'm understanding. Is that what we're gonna get here? There is a myth that autistic people um, cannot have. Take a quick break. Nobody's watching anyway. Okay, so I got to keep on going though. So this is Autism Speaks. Of course, we have a white page here because Autism Speaks does not take into account that there might be autistic people that with light sensitivities. Evidently, they don't know that autistic people have light sensitivities, so they put everything in white just for our benefit. Now, I myself have gotten sunglasses because that's what I need to deal with this site. I've had sunglasses on periodically looking at this site here. So this is the first thing I've been looking for 3 days. Now I have been farting around different places and going down different rabbit holes, don't get me wrong, but I've been looking for something that applies directly to autistic people. And searching this site, I finally found this. First of all, to comment the white page. That hurts. That hurts. This is Autism Speaks. They're supposed to be helping autistic people, and they don't know. They haven't thought about this white background. Have they never had an autistic person actually look at their site and critique their site? I don't know. I do not know. Okay, so I am going to be reading this here in a second. Excuse me. I can see I'm watching my own thing, so I'm the only one watching me on my channel. I had one subscriber leave. Yesterday I had 411 subscribers. I lost one today. This used to be an atheist channel, and it may have been one of those people. And now they're going, wait, what the hell's going on here? Why is this person talking about autism? What? Why am I here? did I like this on accident? All right, get back to work here. Boy, is it getting hot. Just one moment. I need to make some adjustments here. Excuse me. So yeah, I had the I had the camera turned off there. I've got a ceiling fan here, and I do. It's beginning to get hot in this room. My computer probably is. Let's see, what do we got? About 340 watts. Little is what it's running at. Um, which thankfully isn't very much, considering what kind of a beast it is. Um, anyway, it gets hot, and I'm in a room that's on basically a southwest side of this house, and it just gets hot in here. And of course, I have pots. This is the hottest room in the house. But I do not like anything on my skin, and that's why I've always got long sleeves on like this. That's why you always see me dressed in long sleeves. So that's that. Okay, so this is Autism Speaks. Now we're going to see how ableist this is. This is an Autism Speaks article on their website, and we're going to take a look. Autism and marriage, living happily ever after when one spouse has autism. Has that disease, that autistic disease. Autism Speaks is very careful not to use person first or identity first language. That is to say, they are very, very, very careful not to say when a spouse is uh, autistic person. They will never put that first. It is always a person that is inflicted that has autism as if it's a disease. Now, this is a major complaint about Autism Speaks. Well, actually, no, this isn't. This it's how they spend their money and how they portray autistic people, and this is one of the problems right here. With this kind of language, they are portraying that it is a disease, something that someone got, that it is not the person, that it is not how this brain formed, how this brain grew, what this brain is. I'm basically what my parents made me, and that is autistic. I didn't go catch it. It is who and what I am. It's what this brain is. If you take the autism away from this brain will no longer exist because it's how this brain functions. Um, can you have humanism? Can you have neurotypicalism? Yeah, that person has neurotypicalism. Can you have elicism, which is basically a person who is not autistic? Is that a disease? Would you phrase it that way? Has humanism, has not autism, it has has I think you hopefully you understand. If you don't, then I'm just not going to be able to help you. There is a myth that autistic people. Oh, it says autistic people. Ba 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 ba. But guess what? This is written by Cassie. Okay, I'm sorry. I totally cannot say that name. Shield? Should Hochschild? Okay, the reason I'm looking this person up is they're not an Autism Speaks person. This is an article that they wrote. That's why that identity first language is in there. Okay, so now I'm going to put autism and see what happens if. Okay, I have seen this. Okay. Okay. This is going to take us to. No. Okay, this lady here, I think she is autistic. Um, she is on their YouTube channel. That she's doing a little thing called adulting on the spectrum, which I think is infantilizing on itself. I think that's infantilizing. Adulting on the spectrum. So we're all naive, young, almost adults or young adults. We're all basically 18-year-olds as autistic people. We're all naive. Is that what they're saying? I don't know. It's very interesting to me that they're using that kind of language. Okay, so anyway, she wrote that. So I'm not even gonna. Okay, yeah, I'm not really gonna go into this because this is what she said, and this is the first time, only time, and it's because they're quoting her here. This is her article, and they wanted to publish it. I'm not. I'm afraid to read it. I'm not even gonna bother. But that's the only time this has been here. So this is a source outside of their website. It's not them. So that's why that's there. Navigating dating on the spectrum. And this came from a video. Um, they're calling this blog, and it's not wanting to go anywhere. Um, on YouTube, you can see this video where they're talking here. Um, that was a weird and creepy thing to me. I don't know. I've talked about sex and so forth with so many autistic people, and I don't know. The way they were talking was so weird to me. That was so weird. What is their mission? We looked at their mission statement earlier. Autism Speaks is dedicated to creating an inclusive world for all individuals with autism that have that awful disease, autism, throughout their lifespan. Third person, which is kind of. My second person. We do this through advocacy. Okay, we do this. No mention of autistic people. We do this through advocacy services, research, innovation, and advances in care for autistic individuals and their families. Autistic people aren't involved. They constantly do this. This isn't just like me picking apart one sentence. I've been going over this for hours and hours now, 20 some odd hours. And there is never, I mean, there is so much to go through. So much to go through. Ensuring access. Okay, I don't know anything about this art thing. I keep on seeing references to this. I'm sure. Okay, I'm just going to be pessimistic and tell you I'm pessimistic right off the. I'm sure it's much less than what they're trying to make it look like. So let's look at the wording here. We work to ensure reliable, trusted information for every stage of life of need. Last year, autism chats providing personalized guidance. Oh. What they're referencing here, more than. Okay, so last year, the autism response team fulfilled more than. Okay, I don't know this is happening, but I'm usually not wrong. This is what I suspect. Because this is how these kinds of organizations, this is the back kind of shady crap that happens. Last year, the Autism Response Team, ART, fulfilled more than 76,500 phone calls, emails, and chats providing personalized guidance and support. Oh! So somebody sends an email. I need help. My family's um, moving or whatever, and our let's see, we'll see. My family, okay, my family's, my kids has been in an accident because he's autistic, and we can't afford the hotels or whatever else. Oh, okay. If you go to our website, you just go to our resource guide, and you just click on whatever you need there, and that'll give you the answers that you need. Okay, that's what you do. Solved. Solved. That's how you fulfilled. What they did is they answered those calls, those emails, or chats, or whatever. And so that ticket, so to speak, was filled. So you can have a you can find your answers at the Autism Speaks website. The uh, you can have that can respond and just spam that all damn day. It doesn't even matter if it applies. It does not matter if it applies at all. You can sit there and do that all day long. So that's what this is actually about here is that this 76,000 responses, it can be a canned response. See the Autism website. That can be their only response. See Autism Speaks website. And they have fulfilled those requests. So just kind of making this statement like this out, it doesn't really tell us anything. And if they're scammers and that's what they're doing, can they show us any different? Um, provide. Yeah. Okay. See, here's a provider. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Here's a provider directory toolkits, which all this stuff goes back to Autism Speaks or whatever, and really doesn't help you. And that provider directory is like a horrible. Uh, oh. Um. Doctor. Okay. Well, what the hell? Oh. Okay. So, food resources. What? Yeah. So this is what it is. It's like a kind of their own kind of like thing that Okay. Expert opinion when medical issues complicate autism's eating challenges. Okay, so this is just going to take us to an article that they basically brought back to Autism Speaks, but this doesn't even have credit or anything. So this is not Autism Speaks. Somehow, what they're doing, they're getting this article from somebody else. Let's see what happens if we go to their Facebook. No, I can't get in there. Um, oh, can't do that either. Darn it. I'm trying to figure out what the origin of this is. Autism's Arkansas Children's Hospital, University of Arkansas is mentioned here. Autism Speaks is mentioned here. Um, and then of course Autism Toolkit and all that stuff, which goes right back to this site. But this isn't really their stuff. This isn't really. Yeah, this is pulled off of other stuff. I don't know how they're doing this without giving it credit. Okay, see, Autism Speaks right here saying that it's third party. So Autism Speaks is not doing anything. You can Google this shit. Autism Speaks is not doing anything that you cannot do on Google. In fact, I'm sure you can do you can do far more on Google because this is going to be a very restricted site, only referring you to like these three articles. Whereas Google, if you get Google the same subject, obviously, or use it or whatever you wanted to. But they can say they provide resources to autistic people every day. Just with this. And they don't have to prove or show anything. This is what I'm talking about. This with this kind of organization. All right. I'm just looking at the time and I'm like, oh dang, how long have I been on here? I've almost been 4 hours. Almost been 4 hours. I'll go for five. I don't care. Okay, so this is the Autism Speaks website. I have tried over and over and over to, um, as an autistic person, saying that I'm autistic, which I am. Autism Speaks says they help autistic people, so I'm going to their site seeking help. Um, I need help paying my bills or something. I don't know. Oh yeah. My kid got in an accident on his bike. Is in the hospital, and it's in another city, and I need help because I'm autistic, and I need help with what's going on out there because I don't know that area. But I don't know. I need help. So I go to Autism Speaks. I'm an autistic person. I get to do that. Help and information. I'm going to click on that. Directory resource guide autism response team. Wow, that sounds really cool. Bum 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 bum. Is an information and referral. Okay, I had not looked at this when I was talking about this earlier. I had not looked at this. This is what kind of scam this is. Okay, autism response network or team and information and referral support for the community. So all they have to do, they said that they had 74,000. How did they put it? Did they put it responses? How did they put that? Okay, 76,000 fulfilled, more than 76,000 phone calls, emails, chats providing personalized guidance and support. Okay, all they have to do is have a a spam like for the emails or whatever, even the chat bots. See the Autism Speaks website. It doesn't matter what they ask. You've responded. You have fulfilled a response to their question. It doesn't matter if it's relevant. It doesn't matter if you've read it. So you can have these huge numbers like this very easy, and it be legit. You did respond. And so that's how you get. Wait, am I going the wrong way? Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. Okay, so that's what I was saying before. And so when you look at this, I said, and I bet you that's all they do. They just refer you to their thing, and that's where you get that little. They're like Google, but really shitty in-site thing for that gives you certain resources. Whereas like you would be a million times off just Googling it. So what they're doing here is actually nothing. They're not doing anything you couldn't do for yourself on Google, except for you can do a lot more because you can at least get some responses that may apply. Um, Now, I don't know for a fact that this is what they're doing, but I know how these organizations work. I've seen how scam organizations work, and I see the wording on how these people do things to get away with certain things. And that is that kind of wording. Our team members are certified resource specialist through Inform USA. Okay, Inform USA is just this company that like I'm starting a company on growing flowers, and I want my company's my employees to take a quick little course on how to raise flowers. Okay, so they make up a little presentation, and these I say go to this website, click your way through it, and then basically it kind of keeps track and makes sure that they were watching it, sort of like they do at Walmart. They do it at a lot of fast food type places. It's that type of thing. So they have to make up their own little stupid resource thing or whatever, and then so they go through, they sit through this little stupid thing that was made up by this company or whatever for a half hour, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever they want it to be. It doesn't matter. It's arbitrary. Um, Once they've done this, they get certified because they sat there and watched it. Now they are certified resource specialists. That's how easy that can be. If you look at Inform USA, it's basically a training ish company like over the internet. And like I said, that's basically, I'm pretty sure exactly how those, basically how those contracts work. Um, and are specially trained to provide personalized information and resources to autistic individuals, families, service providers, and the community. Okay, it's personalized. Um, you use uh, their email address when you respond. It's personalized to them, to their email. Or John, see the Autism Speaks website. Personalized. It was personalized to John. And they are experts at doing that. Contact us online. Resources. I haven't done this. I wonder if that's what they actually do. I'm not saying that they're actually doing this. What I'm saying is if you want to be a scam organization, it's that easy to scam with what they're putting out here. This is not real stuff. They're not really helping autistic people here. No more than Google. Um, they must have a Spanish speaking person there, which is cool, I guess. Okay, so but I still didn't get any help from Art. They're just gonna. If we are unable to answer your call, please leave a voicemail, and we'll call you back whenever we feel like it. If we do, okay. I'm still trying to get help from information. The response team is not helping me. Resource guide. And here we are. This is their resource guide, which is basically a horrible Google. I'm just gonna. Can we? Oh no, but it only lets me do one. So I'll this is like this is so freaking horrible. We're gonna go within 500 miles. What we did. And also, it's basically like a early '90s uh, web search engine, and this is basically like a phone book search, is what it is. So this is a search engine that is worse than Google. Well, at least they make the numbers really nice and easy to find. That's nice. Um, yeah, I know what that is. And that was recommending a VA clinic. That was a VA clinic. It sent me their the best they could do with their horrible Google was send me to a VA clinic. I happen to be a veteran though, so they actually did the right thing. So I'm an autistic person. I'm still trying to get help. Okay. Resource guide. We're gonna try this again. Oh nope. It's horrible Google again. And so this is just that horrible Google. We're not doing that anymore. That's not helping anyone. Directory. I'm looking for a college loan. We'll try to make it real easy because they say they do uh, college grant. Autism Speaks. Oh, did I spell it wrong? What the hell? Okay, we'll just put grant. How about that? Grant. See if they have any grants. They were saying they had grants. Nope. So their horrible search engine really doesn't help either. That was their directory information by topic. Oh no. See how when they can say that they help autistic people, that they direct them to resources every single day. And that's if an autistic person happens to go through this bullshit, they have fulfilled that. That's what's wrong with this. And this is the Autism Speaks website. Autism Speaks is committed, okay, to providing the autism community with resources, because they're not part of the autism community, to meet each person and family's unique needs through every stage of life. To help with your search for support, we have organized our resources, information, expert advice. It's a search engine. Watch. Transition to adulthood. And this now, when you go down here, are their disclaimer. Basically, this is brings you to pages from other places and so forth. They do have some toolkits or whatever that kind of look like this that will give you PDFs. This is their PDF thing. So this is maybe one of their toolkits. But a lot of these are just third party. Okay, that's their transition. That's a PDF. I don't know what that is. Transition roadmaps. Okay, so here's some PDFs ish. Oh wait, this actually okay, cool. This is really cool because very rare on this site do you find anything that actually addresses autistic people directly. I think this is the second one I found that even addresses that there are autistic people. To help support autistic adults in their search. See, that's written third person, not first. Not even second. Search for their ideal living situation. Autism Speaks is pleased to present a roadmap to housing and residential supports. See how distant that is because it's there or whatever for them people? That's just so weird. You're an autistic young adult. Wait a minute, this did not come from Autism Speaks. Where'd they get this? Autism Speaks would never say you're an autistic young adult. They would say you're a adult with autism. This was not written by Autism Speaks. I'm trying to figure out where this thing's actually coming from, so I'm gonna go down their little trail here. Okay, this says it's an Autism Speaks source. Okay. Oh, yeah. See, okay. I see something's weird here. Something weird is going on. So this is how Autism Speaks will word it. This was designed for people with autism. Autism Speaks will never ever do that. Autistic young. If you're an autistic young adult. But it sure does look like this is Autism Speaks. That is the only time I have ever seen it. Identity first, language used. I wish I knew how to. What's this view here thing? Okay, that's going to take me back, and that's that to that PDF that I was looking at that was theirs. Roadmap. So it looks like this roadmap thing, or at least they're taking credit for it. Oh wait, okay, what's this? Okay, I have a feeling. What is this VCU? Community based skills assessment, developing personal transitions plan. I have a feeling that that language that they had there came from that. because that is just not Autism Speaks language. Was developed for Autism Speaks. This assessment was developed for Autism Speaks through a contract with Virginia um, Commonwealth University Rehabilitation Research Center, community-based skills assessment, and that's how we ended up down that rabbit hole, I think. I'm still not really clear where that came from. Okay, let's look at safety. Oh boy. This could get really creepy really bad. Being part of the community is especially important for the livelihood and independence of individuals with autism. See how you can tell, even when they try to switch it up and try to make it look like somebody else's writing is theirs. Um, and maybe they weren't trying to do that, but you can always tell by this wording when they said it. It's always people with autism, with autism, with that disease. Venturing out into the community, however, involves many safety risks that are not necessarily experienced at home or at school. For the Autism Safety Project, I have a feeling that is something that Autism Speaks is championing because it's their deal. I have not seen them champion anything else that anyone has done. I have never seen them mention the autistic community. I have never seen them say anything about talking to autistic people. It's always come to Autism Speaks. Here's our guides, kind of thing. There's always this distance from autistic people here, and I don't understand why. I mean, do you see that distance? I don't know. We have created a list of simple experiences and activities that. Okay, we have created a list that take place in the community and put them in separate sections in order to focus specifically on safety in each of these components of our daily lives. Okay, they said "our." That was kind of cool. Creating safety plans. See, I knocked down my stream deck. Okay, they kicked me off for a minute. Because I hadn't changed. If you don't change your camera around and stuff enough, then they get all pissy at you. Um, they want to see you basically interacting with TikTok with their OBS, doing their little polls and crap like that. So if you're really not, and then I haven't had a lot of people comment here in the comments. So if you don't do a lot of commenting in the comments, you will also get after a certain period of time, Twitter will want to kick you off. So I guess after 4 hours, they said to hell with it. For whatever reason, because I was concentrating on the main screen here, I did not actually see that they put up their little warning. We have created a list, and this is we, Autism Speaks, have created a list of simple experiences and activities that take place in the community and put them in separate sections in order to focus specifically on safety in each of these components of our daily lives. Creating safety plans for individuals with autism. Autistic people can't do this. We have to create it for them. We're not good enough or smart enough. When it comes to identifying safety risk and preventing emergencies for an individual with autism, because we're not good enough or smart enough. You and your family are the best advocates and most likely the people responsible for taking necessary steps to develop a safety plan. But we don't want to have the autistic people involved in that. We're not going to mention that. We're not going to do that. We're not going to go there. Not gonna do it. And so, okay, okay, I have not read this, but a safety plan should include key participants. The one person they're not going to mention is the autistic person. It's certainly okay. If they do, it won't be the first. So we're talking about a safety plan for autistic people, and who should be involved in making that plan. I bet you we do not mention autistic people. School personnel, daycare providers, neighbors, caretakers, extended family, anyone involved in your network that has daily contact with the person at risk. This is ableist as you can possibly get. This is ableism. The one person, when you're talking about a safety plan for an autistic person, the one person that you're not even going to consider being part of that plan is the autistic person. Not even a consideration. And you're purposely separating that autistic person because it's saying contact with the person at risk. So you didn't forget about them. You didn't forget about us. You specifically separated us from having input into that safety plan. That's exactly how this is written. This is our problem. We're talking about, here's Autism Speaks talking about a safety plan for autistic people, and they're saying a safety plan should include key participants, school personnel, daycare providers, neighbors, caretakers, and extended family. This is a safety plan for autistic people, and they are not even considering having that autistic person in on that safety plan, in on making that. They don't consider the fact that we have the ability to consider making a safety plan. Anyone involved in your network that has daily contact with the autistic person or with the person at risk. So they didn't forget about us in this list. They purposely excluded us from said list. This is one sentence. Just one sentence on this website. This all white website that Autism Speaks. They should know that autistic people are going to be looking at this. Oh, I mean, I guess that's the idea. And it's all this white background. So much that it hurts. Moving right along, we're just going to read this. It is critical to take time to evaluate what your family member needs because, once again, what third person, we're talking about the autistic person. We're discussing this for the autistic person. We are not including the autistic person. And protected at home school in his or her community. See? We're not a part of this process. We're not smart enough. At any level. Any autistic is not smart enough to be involved in a safety plan. George, if there's a fire, go run outside to the street. That's a safety plan. An autistic person can't be taught to do that. An autistic person couldn't think that, yeah, okay, the whole family meet at the mailbox. An autistic person couldn't think of that. An autistic person couldn't be involved in that decision making. This is ableism at its best. This is pure ableism. I'm really curious who's watching this. I've got one person watching. Uh, this is critical to take time to evaluate with your okay safety risk for individuals with autism, with that disease, autism. We're separating the autism from the autistic person. This is not an autistic brain. This is a diseased human brain, a substandard brain with that horrible affliction, autism. That's what we got, autism. Sorry about that. Wandering or eloping from safety. Let's see. Top safety risk for individuals with autism. See, it's still not talking. It's talking about us or to us. There's no with us. There's no us talking to us. It's this organization. Wandering or eloping from safety. Safety risk. Okay, I'll buy that. Pika. Pika. Oh, I forgot what that is. That's some kind of eating disorder. Drowning, household toxins, misunderstanding related to communication difficulties. I never have really been thought of top safety risk for autistic people. The problem here is we're talking about autistic people. This is Autism Speaks as if we're not talking to autistic people. Well, what are top autistic safety risks for a person with autism? They're not even putting it that way. They're okay. They're not saying, as an autistic person, what are top safety risks? Here's some that we found. And saying as autistic people or whatever, they don't frame it that way. They frame it in this distant third person that we're talking about an autistic person. Safety plan checklist. Does the person with autism see that third tend to wander, run away? See, this is written for parents, educators, so forth. This is not about autistic people. None of Autism Speaks is about, well, it is about third person autistic people. It is not about autistic people in the sense of first person. It's about parents, providers, people afflicted by people around them that have autism. Does a person always wear, prepared? I'm tired of going down this rabbit hole. Use these printable forms, handouts in our autism safety kit. Now, as with any cult, the answer is always Autism Speaks. It's never the autism community. It's never been mentioned here. Not once. Autistic people are not mentioned as human beings here once. Sometimes there's references to autistic people. I don't even like autism screening here. That in itself kind of, I guess it's necessary. Okay, I don't know. I can't come up with a better. Are you autistic? I don't know. Autistic screening, once again, putting it in this way, finding out if you're autistic. See, that doesn't make it sound like it's a disease. Autistic screening does. That's the problems with this whole thing. And that's why I'm going on and on and on. And why we're going to have this go on for 100 hours because of these problems. So I am going. Um, we're not. Yeah, we're not people. Exactly. I know. All right. Well, I am gonna jump off of here. I'm getting tired, and I need to take a break. So that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna go eat. Figure out something to eat, and I will jump back on. So I have 2 hours and 25 minutes here. Wow. No, 4 hours and 25. I'm gonna go to 30 on that one. That's 5 minutes. I have certainly I've actually been on a lot more than what I've timed because of having technical difficulties with one of the other streams. All right, I'm going to get out of here. Thank you for watching. This is David Page.